है ना। वो स्क्रीन कैसे इस्तेमाल करते हैं? हाँ, मैं उसमें हूँ। Good morning to all. How are you guys doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you please confirm if I am audible and clear on your end?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope everyone is well. We shall begin the conference in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Very good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
Darshan, are
morning,
you playing?
everyone. On behalf
Darshan,
of Academia Research Lab, in partnership with the Gracie Foundation and the esteemed partner colleges and universities, it is my honor to welcome you all to the first International Conference on Special Education and Parenting. I am Christopher Prias from the Philippines, and I will serve as your conference moderator. This conference brings together educators, researchers, parents, and advocates from across the world who share a common purpose to create more inclusive, compassionate, and empowering environments for children with diverse needs. It is my distinct honor to recognize our co-hosts for this conference. We have Walchand Institute of Technology India, Central Philippine State University, and Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. For everybody's information, originally, this conference was set to take place in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. However, in light of the ongoing crisis affecting our brothers and sisters in the region, we have thoughtfully transitioned to a virtual platform. While circumstances have changed, our commitment remains the same and perhaps even stronger this time. And that is to ensure that this important conversation continues and accessible to all. This virtual space now allows us to connect beyond borders, bringing together voices, insights, and experiences that will enrich our understanding of special education and parenting in today's world. As we begin, may this conference serve not only as a platform for learning, but as a platform for collaboration, empathy, and shared purpose. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first international conference on special education and parenting. At this point, it is my privilege to introduce our first speaker, who will deliver his welcome address and formally open our conference. He is a visionary leader and a strong advocate for education and research, and has been instrumental in bringing this international research conference to life. He is the operational director of Gracie Foundation. Everyone, please give a warm virtual welcome to Engineer Darshan Surya Sahu.
Very good morning to everyone, and thank you, Chris, for such a nice introduction. Honorable chairpersons, respected dignitaries, distinguished delegates, researchers, educators, and esteemed participants. It is my privilege to address you all on the occasion of first ICSEP. ICSEP, Special Education and Parenting, is not only a platform, it's a learning. And we are very honored to host such an event at Academia Research Lab. Academia Research Lab is one of the fastest emerging global platforms dedicated to advanced academic research and collaboration. The organization serves as a dynamic hub that brings together academicians, researchers, and scientists and institutions across diverse disciplines, fostering knowledge, exchange, innovation through conferences, journal publication, and academic support services. With a strong commitment to promote academic excellence, Academic Research Lab provides a comprehensive ecosystem that includes international conferences, peer reviews, journal publication support, and research collaboration opportunities. And also, we do confirm and support for the young researchers who have just joined the research arena and wants to excel. With our diverse field and new ideas of creating research collaborations and gatherings, will definitely support in their research endeavors. Today, in our gathering, we will focus on the theme of special education and parenting. This subject lies in the heart of educational progress and social transformation. It is to reflect our collaborative responsibility towards nurturing inclusive and supportive communities. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Walchand Institute of Technology, Central Philippines State University, and Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. Also to our members and committees who have worked tirelessly to make this occasion a success. And we will always be grateful for the continued support and guidance. Before going forward, I would like to focus why it is necessary to involve and evolve in this area of special education and parenting. Nowadays, when we are talking about education, so we know every corner of the world, every child needs some special care. And to identify that special care, we must need to work on that. Again, parenting, we have this is a trait which every people is doing since millions of years. But what else can be done for this world to be make a better and habitable for all of us? So on that occasion, the role of research and advanced techniques in special education and parenting are very helpful and supportive. So introducing special education and parenting, I will like to include has been evolved significantly in advancement of research, technology, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Modern approaches emphasize inclusive education and evidence-based parenting and technology-driven interventions to support children with diverse learning needs. Recent research highlights that integration parenting, educators, and technology is essential to improve educational outcomes, emotional developments, and long-term independence of children with special needs. Now we are talking about special needs, research, and special education. So research in special education is to identify the individual learning needs, development of personalized education plans, evidence-based teaching strategies, improved social, behavioral, and cognitive outcomes. Studies shows that special education is inherently multidisciplinary, involving teachers, therapists, psychologists, and families working together to design tailored intervention. And also recent findings, we have also emphasized that systematic gaps still exist, especially in equity and accessibility, indicating the needs of continuous research-driven platforms. So it's it's the right time, or you can say we are in the verge to explore more and more on this area to uh, get a conclusion or get a tool for new generation. And in this era, we have already added few wonderful things such as AI. So when it is coming down to transformation, so we need various technology, and that will only be possible through research. So advanced techniques and transforming special education will always be a very great and helpful for us. Assistive technologies and digital tools like AI-based learning system, augmented reality and virtual reality, communication apps, and speech tools. Research shows that interactive tools like AR, XR, and gamified learning platforms significantly improve engagement and social skills in the children and autism. Additionally, digital interventions such as visual coaching system helps children understand social interaction and improve confidence. Also, when we are adding uh, uh, videos with many features which enables to interact with them, that is also a next level of technological help. Gamification and serious games improves motivation, participation, enhance emotional and cognitive development, strengthens parents child interaction. We are also focused on inclusive and family-centric educational models. Focus on integrating children into mainstream classrooms. Also emphasize collaboration between school and families. Data has already been showing us that use of analytics to track progress, adaptive learning system, individualized education progress, IEP, all such systems are helping us to grow in this area. Parenting style, when we are discussing about parenting, it's a very tough job, but still we are learning on it. Parenting style and childhood outcomes. Authoritative parenting, we know better behavior and emotional regularities. Authoritarian permissive parenting, increased behavioral challenges. So these other factors are also included where we know what can be done, what cannot be done, and how things can be studied and create a better model for futures to come. Parents as co-educators and co-designers. So this is a very special part where I will like our researchers to participate. because decision makers and educational planning is a very vital part. Co-creators and learning tools, translations of children needs, these all are such a area where parents and educators need to find more and more research tools for us. Integrating research and parenting, the strongest outcome occur when research and parenting intersect. So when we are talking about parenting, the parents training, their partnership with family, friends, school, and researchers, technology adoption, behavioral intervention, these all are the areas where we need to work. And this will surely help us to create a next generation, a greater next generation for us. These are the few areas where we will be talking about today. And also I will be narrating few gaps, what we have identified for why we have created such a program. The gaps what we found was lack of access in low resource settings, limited awareness among parents, training gaps for educators, inequality in the service delivery. So there are many other gaps, but we have identified, and that's why we have created this um, area of conference where we can come down and we can discuss, we can evolve, and we can bring down new scope where everyone will be beneficial. Research and advanced technologies are revolutionizing special education and parenting by creating inclusive, personalized, and technology-driven ecosystem. The future of education is strong family-school partnership, continuous research innovation, adoption of advanced technologies, empowering parent and active stakeholders. Ultimately, investigating the research-based special education and parenting is not just an educational priority, it's the societal necessity to shape a more inclusive, capable, and compassionate next generation. So I will like to welcome all on behalf of Academia Research Lab, and I will pray that this research and this gathering will somehow contributes to our greater good for this world and for us. Thank you and welcome you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Darshan, for such a warm welcome. I believe that your words truly set the tone for our conference today. Of course, reminding us the importance of collaboration, inclusivity, and the continued commitment to supporting both the educators and the parents in shaping better outcomes for children with special needs. So indeed, as we move forward, today's program, may we carry with us that same sense of purpose and openness to learning from one another about these topics. And now, to further deepen our understanding and discussions, it is my honor to introduce our first keynote speaker. So, as per the program provided, we would like to inform everyone that our first keynote speaker, due to some unforeseen circumstances, will not be able to present at this period. So, please allow me to proceed with onto our second keynote speaker as per the program. So as we continue our journey of learning and collaboration today, our first keynote speaker will guide us through a meaningful discussion on fundamental motor skills, inclusive pedagogical approaches, and sports for students with intellectual disabilities, a topic that highlights the importance of creating supportive, equitable, and empowering environments for all learners. Our second keynote speaker is an associate professor at the Management Science University, Malaysia. Please join me in warmly welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Sanmuga Nathan.
Thank you very much. Just hold on. I'd like to upload my PowerPoint. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
sir.
Can you upload my PowerPoint for me? I'm having difficulty uploading, please. Hello.
I
Hello.
think our team is already working on sharing the PowerPoint
Okay.
presentation.
Thank you very much for your kindness.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for this PPT, right?
Yes. Can you please share the slides of Dr. Sanmuga on the screen? Okay, I think we're having technical difficulties in sharing the screen. We do appreciate the patience of everyone. You know what? Things like this do happen on a virtual setting. So we appreciate the patience and thank you so much for bearing with us. So while our technical team is working on sharing the PowerPoint screen, please allow me to take this moment again to acknowledge our co-hosts for this conference. Of course, we have the Walchand Institute of Technology India, the Central Philippine State University, and Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. So thank you so much for your support as always. And I believe we are ready for the presentation of Dr. Sanmuga.
Hello.
Apologies for cutting off. Can we do a slideshow or the full screen one? The full screen view, I mean.
Chris,
Right now we are, sorry, go ahead, please.
full screen is not supported, so we can.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can manage with this view. Dr. Sanmuga, the floor is yours again.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Sinmuga, you are audible and clear on our end.
I'm waiting for the my PPT. It's not shown here.
It's already shared on Zoom right now.
Yes, it's already visible. We can see the slide.
But I can't see here. I don't know what happened here.
Oh, okay. Let's
Highlight mo pareho, Chris.
can we reshare? Can we reshare so that it will pop up on Dr. Sinmuga's end?
Screen.
Dr. Sinmuga, are you able to see us on Zoom?
I can't see yet.
Not yet. Okay. Because I think you are looking at the browser version of the Zoom. So
Uh-huh.
kindly go back to the, let me see. To our tech team, can we stop the screen share of Dr. Sanmuga? I think that's what's stopping him from seeing the shared screen from the tech team. Are you able to override this one? Because right now on my end, there
Okay,
you
I can
go.
see now. I can see now.
Okay,
That's great. That's
perfect.
great. That's
You may
great. That's
proceed
great.
now, Dr. Sanmuga. Thank
So
you.
eventually, there's a light for me to present this morning. Okay. All right. Without further ado, very good morning, distinguished guests, uh, respected scholars, educators, and parents. Okay. It's a great honor for me. I was given a chance to take part in this first international conference, special education and parenting. I take this opportunity. I would like to thank my friend, Associate Professor Dr. Fidaus, who connect me for this conference, as well as Mr. William Smith for giving me the opportunity to be one of the keynote presenter. All right. Okay. So my topic for today is fundamental motor skill. A pedagogical, inclusive pedagogical approach, uh, uh, sports for students with intellectual disabilities. Before I deep further to the main focus of my talk today, I would like to explain the key concepts which is important. These concepts are from, even though it's from the mainstream of physical education and sport, but it is very applicable to the student of diverse our special children, the intellectual disabilities. Motor skill, the first thing is the motor skill. Motor skill or motor movement skill is very crucial for daily life for the children, including our special education children. Motor skill in terms of locomotor, non-locomotor, and stability is very crucial, very important for daily life usage and to enhance health-related fitness. And then it is a prerequisite for the children to take part in individual sports as well as team sports. Okay, on the other hand, inclusive pedagogical approach is very important uh, to help for the improve the learning performance. But we are talking about sports, it will be a skill learning, tactical learning, as well as engagement and enjoyment in the game. Different pedagogical approach or model is important to developing different types of component in education. and particularly for sports and gameplay. For example, a teacher-centered direct approach is very important for skill development. And then as for gameplay in sport, gameplay it is not only skill, what do you call the content of gameplay, but it is involving tactical decision making, what to do, how to do within the gameplay, because they got opponent, they need to outwit the opponent. So the thinking skill, tactical thinking skill is crucial. Therefore, one of the what do you call popular teaching method for gameplay is teaching games for understanding. And sports, talking about sports are various what do you call a category of sports. There are individual sports as well as team sports. For individual sport, the technique of executing skill is very important. Whereas team sport like soccer, basketball, badminton, even table tennis, the main component of this sport is not only skill but tactical decision making. It's a cognitive process. What to do when they are against the opposition team. So the attack. So for example, attacking team must think. For example, where to pass the ball. If it will be a wrong decision if they pass the ball when there is an opponent. So what is the best thing is that they need to pass the ball to the open space. They need to think, and then the teammate of the same team need to move to open space, and then to receive the ball. This is a simple example of tactical decision making. So we need a special teaching approach so that the student can use thinking process in the gameplay. Whereas student of a what do you call a diverse disability or intellectual disability, even though they are in the group of what do you call a severe, moderate, or mild, they have every right. They must given every opportunity to play game, to play sport. It is very important for them, especially it can build them, develop them for health-related fitness. Health-related fitness is very important, even though they, I mean, they can use AI, but whatever it is, health-related fitness is very crucial. Okay, next I jump to the main. Okay, next slide, please. Hello, next slide, please. Hello. All right, this is my background. Okay, my background is my area of specialization. It is not a specialization, special education, but it's physical education and sports coaching. But I have experience become a school teacher, sport coaches, and then I serve in the Faculty of Sports Science in the area of physical education and teaching education. And then after retirement, I moved to Management Science University. I'm now attached to a postgraduate center. Okay, that's about me. Okay, next slide, please. All right, this is the main talk of the day from me, all right? So special children, the intellectual disability student, they have the challenge. Because the challenge is that they have a poor motor competence as well as slow cognitive thinking process, which will affect their participation in physical education and sport. But despite of these delays in a fundamental movement skill or sport skill or tactical understanding what to do, how to do in the gameplay. But as I mentioned just now, the special children they have the equal right to participate in sport. Especially they can have a better movement in their daily life. They can play sports, they can play games, they can enjoy, they can socialize, they can be very happy. And then the most important things, they can attain health-related fitness. So therefore, there are many ways for a solution for this problem or the challenge. One of the method is to have inclusive teaching style. So in this study, I propose a method, approach, we call it Style E teaching, Style E tactical model. Style E tactical model, whereby I combine inclusion teaching style from Mostyn and Ashworth, and combine with a game-based approach, which is a student-centered. We call it teaching games understanding. So it's hoped that the integration of these two models, students with special abilities, they can improve in the psychomotor outcome, cognitive performance outcome, as well as the effective outcome. Okay, next slide. Okay, go back, please. Okay, how we use the Style E tactical model in the practice. We can use Style E tactical model in practice, first of all, by using inclusion style from Mostyn and Mostyn Ashworth teaching style. Inclusion teaching style is a teacher directed task. Teacher prepare the task according to different ability level. For special education children or the ID student, teacher can prepare the task, learning task, be it a skill task or tactical task, in terms of simple task for the severe children, moderate task for moderate ability children, and then for the mild children, much more difficult tasks. So then the children can choose which entry level they like. But however, for the special education children, teacher must guide them. If for the ordinary student, they can choose by themselves. For the special education children, teacher need to choose the entry level for them. All right. Okay. Next, the teaching games understanding model is a tactical model. This approach use game-based approach. This game-based approach using a small gameplay, 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 3. Every teaching and learning happen within the gameplay. For example, tactical decision making, it happens within the gameplay situation. Skill acquisition, like passing, dribbling, whatever it is happening within the gameplay. All right, I give you one example how we use teaching games understanding for gameplay. Like for example, basketball. Let's say for the day, teacher want to teach the cognitive decision making, where to pass, for example, or what kind of skill to use. So teacher give problem to the children, and then teacher use guided discovery so that the student can solve the problem within the gameplay. For example, this is for cognitive, what you call tactical decision making. Teacher will ask, when there is a player in front of you or the opposition player in front of you, what you will do? So the student must give the answer, oh, I need to pass the ball. I cannot dribble. All right. Let's say your team is attacking. What your teammate must do? The teammate will give the answer, oh, I need to run and find an open space to receive the ball. But after discussing this, the teacher will apply this problem. Ask the student, the children will solve it within the game situation. It will be a small-sided gameplay. And then after introducing tactics, that tactical decision making, and then the student will learn the skill of passing, dribbling within the gameplay. That is about teaching games for understanding model. Next, okay, the set integration, Style E from Mostyn teaching style will help the student to develop the fundamental movement skill, and then it will help also a specific skill because it is teacher-centered. Teacher will correct the technical method of skill learning. Okay, therefore, since Style E is a tactical model, is a model-based learning, of course, there is a assessment tool. To evaluate fundamental movement skill, we can use a total gross motor development developed by URISH. And then as for gameplay performance observation, we can use game performance observation. We can observe the student performance in terms of tactical decision making, skill execution, and then cooperation or engagement in the game. Later, I will show you about these two instruments. Next slide, please. All right, this is the framework of the development of a Style E tactical. Style E is an integrated Style E tactical model is an integration model whereby inclusion style from Marston is combined with a tactical TGFU model to achieve psychomotor or skill learning outcome, to achieve cognitive learning outcome as well as effective learning outcome. Please go back, please. All right. Okay. This model, style E tactical model, is quite suitable for the intellectual disabilities children or low ability children, because this model can help the children to develop fundamental motor skills such as run, jump, throw, and kick, as well as specific motor skill like dribbling, shooting, and so on. Hello, please. I haven't finished. And as well as this model will use a small-sided gameplay. Small-sided gameplay, 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 3. This is very important so that the children can grapple techniques, tactical skill with proper technique, as well as tactical decision making, as well as game engagement. And then even though the student of intellectual disability having a skill problem, they can revert back to the inclusion style where teacher can teach them to improve their skills. Therefore, model is very holistic. We have a special instrument to measure the performance outcome in terms of psychomotor, cognitive, affective. Right, next slide, please. Okay. This is what we mentioned just now. Fundamental movement skill or fundamental motor skill is very, very crucial. All right. Fundamental motor skill, as everyone knows, it can be divided into locomotor motor movement, jumping, and skipping, and so on. Whereas manipulative skill is involved equipment, throwing, catching, kicking, striking, and so on, as well as stability, balancing, turning, stretching, bending, twisting. Okay, this is very, as I say, is very crucial. At the beginning of the children, the student should develop their fundamental skill. Children, including intellectual disability students, should develop their motor skill from 2 years old until 7 years old. Based on the chronological age, maybe until 5 or 6 years old if they have biological age. Okay. Once they grapple this fundamental movement, then only they can play gameplay. Because without fundamental movement skill, the gameplay will be chaotic. They cannot play game very well because they don't have a fundamental movement. And then I say again, I'm telling many times, fundamental movement is very, very important for children, especially children with a disability, to improve their health-related physical fitness. So you might ask me how to teach fundamental movement skill to the student with intellectual disability. Of course, teacher's assistant is very important. Teacher need to assist them. Okay, and then make it simpler activities. Use a lot of visual teaching aids, video or poster, and teacher need to give them cues. Cues is important. Example for running. Arm must move opposite direction. And then they run from one cone to another cone. Go back. Okay. Okay. Why teacher must give cues is important to help the student to improve their thinking process. Student will think when the teacher give them cues. All right, as for throwing event, for example, of course, must use soft ball, big ball, so it suits the intellectual disability student. And then again, as for throwing, teacher must give cue. Open their leg, shoulder level, and then leg move forward, and then throw with 2 hands. It will help, the cues will help them, student, to improve their thinking process, which is very helpful eventually for tactical decision making. Next slide, please. Fundamental movement skill can be taught by teacher-directed teaching, or like inclusion style, where teacher can divide them according to different ability. Teacher can teach them skill, the proper technique of doing skill. Okay, next slide, please. Slide, please. Hello.
Just a minute, sir.
Next
Just a
slide,
minute.
please. All right. Okay. Please. Okay. Not this one. Earlier. Uh, one more. Forward one more. Okay. Right. This is an instrument how we can measure student executing skill, a fundamental movement skill. So we can use this instrument developed by Ulrich. We can what do you call assess the student. So for example, if the student can perform running, please, they can run with arm opposition direction, right pace and balance. If they can do without teacher's assistant or parent assistant, we can give them maximum marks, is 2 marks. This is sort of checklist. Okay, this is how we can evaluate children, special ability student in the fundamental motor movement. And then this evaluation is very important so that we can assess the children performance as well as for teacher, how much whether they are teaching in the right way for the student to develop fundamental movement. So it's the assessment serves two purposes. We evaluate children performance as well as the teacher teaching, whether they're teaching in the right way. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, now this is the way how we introduce, how we teach the approach. We call it teaching gains for understanding. It is a tactical approach. From warming up activities until to the end, the student will use gameplay situation. But of course, it's small-sided gameplay. Please, next one. They use a small-sided gameplay. So student need to solve tactical problem, what to do. What to do is a tactics, thinking what to do. And then how to do is a skill execution within the game context, as well as they need to have a teamwork. So the three learning outcome of education, three learning domains of education can be embedded within the gameplay. So all the TGFU approach, every activities is done within the gameplay using a guided discovery approach. Teacher give them problem, the student will be solving the problem, tactical problem as well as skill problem within the gameplay. So the skill development is developed within the gameplay. Unlike the traditional method of teaching skill is isolated. Teachers or the coaches use the skill method, demonstration, and then they do skill repetitively, doing. But then eventually, whatever been taught isolated cannot be transferred in the gameplay. Gameplay is an open skill. So it is best to teach the gameplay, best to teach skill, and as well as tactical decision making within the gameplay. So it will help the children to improve their skill as well as improve the thinking process, tactical thinking process. So for example, I give here some example, passing for example. So passing is a tactical skill, and then moving and open to the opening space is more on tactical thinking. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, you can see from this slide how the teacher can manipulate small-sided gameplay for different ability student, especially for the intellectual disability student. Okay, for the severe ability student, maybe the teacher or the parent can use a very simple gameplay. For example, please. Earlier slide, please. Okay, simple gameplay. For example, 2 versus 2. Very simple. And then instead of running, the student can walk, and then they throw the ball to the open space. Passing, chest passing, for example, is a skill. And then the player, same team player moving, go to open space is more to tactical decision making. All right. As for moderate ability, it can be a 3 versus 2 gameplay is more difficult. So we can use teaching can be done, skill teaching as well as tactical decision making, what to do. And then for the mild ability student, it's more, the constraint is much difficult, 3 versus 3, because their ability is slightly higher compared to motor ability and surveyability. So this is how we manipulate gameplay to help the student to enjoy a game, not only to improve their cognitive thinking skill, as well as enjoyment, social interaction within the gameplay. Next, please. All right, this is the gameplay observation checklist. This is an instrument developed by Michel and his colleague. This is how we can evaluate gameplay performance of the children, including children with ID. Okay, first thing we can observe. You can video it, or we can use naked eye to observe their performance. All right, if they can pass the ball in basketball, for example, we can give them maximum mark. If they cannot pass very well, we say 0. We give them 0. Same thing goes to passing. This is cognitive. If they pass in the just now as for cognitive decision making, if they pass if they got a lot of opposition player, it's a wrong decision. If the player pass to their teammate, when the teammate open space, they pass to the open space, is the right decision making, we give them yes. As well as if they can demonstrate enjoyment in the gameplay, the teamwork and all that, we give them yes. All right, this is how we observe gameplay in terms of a psychomotor learning outcome, a cognitive learning outcome, as well as effective learning outcome. Next, please. All right, as a conclusion, pedagogical model bridges from theoretical knowledge to application. That's why I already given you 2 examples where we combine style E from Mostyn Ashworth, and then a tactical model of TGFU, how these 2 models can integrate, then help the children from intellectual disability to achieve their learning domains in terms of psychomotor skill acquisition, cognitive, tactical decision making, effective engagement, teamwork, and enjoyment. So, final message: let us work together, be teachers, parents, scholars. We build the good environment for every child, regardless of ability, so they can move, they can play, they can enjoy, and most importantly, they will have a very good health-related fitness. With that, thank you very much. Sorry for the technical glitches. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanmuga, for that comprehensive presentation on fundamental motor skills, inclusive pedagogical approaches, and sports for students with intellectual disabilities. Truly, your discussion has broadened our perspective on how we can create more inclusive, supportive, and empowering learning environments for all students. So it also reminded us that education and sports are powerful tools, not only for skill development, but also for building confidence, independence, and a sense of belonging. So personally, one key takeaway that resonated with me is that inclusion begins with intentional action always. So when we thoughtfully design activities, as you mentioned, the game-based approaches that allow every learner, regardless of ability, to participate, grow, and succeed. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Sanmuga, for your comprehensive keynote presentation.
Thank you.
And as we continue with our program, we are now moving forward to equally important component of our event. So that's the sharing of knowledge and evidence through research. We are about to begin the session 1 of our research presentations, where our esteemed authors and practitioners will present studies and their best practices that contribute to the advancement of the fields of education and parenting. Before we begin this session, please allow me to present the following guidelines for our presenters. Each presenter will be given 7 minutes to present the research paper. We kindly encourage all presenters to manage their time effectively should they choose to present live virtually. After each presentation, there will be a 3-minute question and answer session during which our session chair, members of the panel, and the audience here in Zoom may ask questions or provide comments, feedbacks, or suggestions. Having said that, it is my distinct honor to acknowledge the presence of our reactor for this session, all the way from Australia. He is currently an Associate Research Supervisor at the Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia. Please give a warm virtual applause to Dr. Saeed Mahmood Ahmed. There you go. Welcome, Dr. Saeed. Always a pleasure having you with us. And to formally open and facilitate this session, it is my honor to introduce our session chair, who will guide us through the presentations to ensure a productive exchange of ideas. She is an Associate Professor 5 and serves as the Director for Curriculum Planning and Development at the Central Philippine State University. To give her session speech, please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Pilipinas Maria D. Jareño.
Thank you, Sir Chris. Good morning, everyone. May I share screen? Okay. So in behalf of my institution, the Central Philippine State University, and together with my fellow faculty, a colleague in the university, Dr. Lysel Pacheco, who invited me to engage in this first international conference on special education and parenting. I am greatly honored to be a designated session chair for this particular worthwhile academic activity. So my task this morning is to enumerate the following paper presenters with the respective topics. So as we begin this morning, our first presenter is Ms. Jazzy Scarlett Baselio with her topic on From Heartache to Hope, the emotional landscape of parents raising a child with Down syndrome. Then it will be followed by Ma'am Sherika Natulia with her topic on parents' experiences in aiding children with autism spectrum disorder in adapting routine changes. Then there will be a coffee break briefly to relax for a while. And then we will proceed with another phase on keynote speech by Dr. Cheryl Sharima Morales, an Associate Professor 5 also, on the topic on the parent as co-educator, advancing inclusive systems through shared roles in special education. And another keynote speech also by Dr. Sanober Mahmood with the topic interdisciplinary strategies in parenting for children with special needs. Then more exciting insights to be learned or to be derived from Dr. Adila Winafitria on her topic analyzing education policy and rights for equity and accessibility in early childhood education, a literature review. Moving forward, there is also a keynote speech by Dr. Nessie Bacolo from Parañaque City Center for Children with Special Needs. And the topic will be building inclusive communities under RA 11650. This is a special law in the Philippines known as the strategic role of parenting initiatives, and also as derived from the perspective of Parañaque Therapy Center for Children with Special Needs in strengthening special education programs. And then there will be a lunch break. And after lunch, we will start at 1 p.m. It will also be enriched by a keynote speaker, Dr. Alma Bangayan Manera, a faculty of special education and inclusive education, with her topic, From Home to School to Society, a global call for inclusive special education and empowered parenting. And furthermore, also in the afternoon, there will be another keynote speech by Dr. Xiong Paul Lin with the topic, Bridging Inclusion and Family Systems, Rethinking Education for Children with Special Needs. And then another interesting paper to be presented by Roan Mar Ramos with her topic, Self-Efficacy Towards Parental Denial of the Condition of Children with Disability. So this first international conference on special education and parenting is actually fully loaded with very interesting topics and very comprehensive opportunities, no, to navigate and on how we could utilize this in our own craft, in our own institution. This surely will be very helpful in promoting of the well-being of our special children, and also to us as parents, caregivers, educators of these precious special children. So that's all, Sir Chris, for my task today. Thank you so much, and congratulations in advance, no, for those who will be chosen with the awards after the whole day activity with this international conference today. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pilipinas or Dr. Jareño. At this juncture, we shall now proceed with our first presenter. Before we proceed, may I confirm if our first presenter will be presenting live virtually, or should we proceed with the playing of your recorded presentation? Our
Good
first
morning.
presenter.
Good
Yes,
morning.
good morning. Sorry, please proceed.
I prefer po to show the video. I am currently experiencing a trouble with the internet connection in our place po.
All right.
Is that
It's okay.
alright?
So, yes, that would be perfectly fine. So, our first presenter is Dr. Jazzy Scarlett Basilio on her paper titled From Heartache to Hope, The Emotional Landscape of Parents Raising a Child with Down Syndrome.
Good day, everyone. I am Justice Scarlett V. Basilio, and together with my co-authors, I'll be presenting our studied research entitled From Heartache to Hope, the Emotional Landscape of Parents Raising a Child with Down Syndrome. This study was conducted under the guidance of our advisor, Ma'am Sheila Rosales. Once again, I am Justice Scarlett V. Basilio, currently pursuing a Bachelor of Special Needs Education, major in elementary school teaching at Western Mindanao State University, Philippines. This study explores the emotional, social, and developmental experiences of parents raising a child with Down syndrome. It focuses on how parents transition from initial emotional challenges toward acceptance and resilience. Using a qualitative approach, the study aims to understand their lived experiences and highlights the importance of strong support systems. Ultimately, it seeks to guide educators, practitioners, and families in creating more inclusive and supportive environment. This study utilized a qualitative research design, specifically a phenomenological approach, to gain a deeper understanding of the lived experiences of parents. The participants were parents of children with Down syndrome. Data were collected through in-depth interviews, allowing them to openly share their personal stories and emotional experiences. The data were analyzed using thematic analysis to identify recurring patterns and meanings. This approach ensured rich, detailed insights that reflect real-life experiences. Now let us take a look at our research gap. Despite the increasing awareness and growing body of literature on Down syndrome, there remains a significant gap in understanding the emotional journey of parents over time. Most existing studies focus primarily on the child's condition, particularly their developmental, cognitive, behavior, and medical needs. While these are important, they often overlook the emotional and psychological experiences of parents who play a central role in caregiving. In addition, many studies present a parental coping as a linear process, typically moving through stages such as grief, shock, denial, and eventually acceptance. However, this does not fully reflect reality. In actual lived experiences, parents go through a non-linear emotional journey where emotions may overlap, return, or shift depending on the new life challenges such as schooling, health concerns, and social experiences. Another gap is that many studies focus only on the early age or early stage after diagnosis, with limited exploration of long-term coping and emotional adjustment. This result in an incomplete understanding of how parents sustain resilience throughout their caregiving journey. Furthermore, there is a lack of localized research in the Philippines context. Culturally values such as family ties, religious beliefs, and community support greatly influence on how parents cope. Yet, these are often underrepresented in existing international studies. Because of these gaps, these studies aims to provide a more contextualized and lived experiences-based understanding of parents' emotional journeys, focusing on non-linear coping, long-term resilience, and Philippine cultural realities. Now for our findings. The findings reveal that parents experience a complex and non-linear emotional journey, moving from initial distress toward gradual adaptation. In early stages, many parents often experience shock, fear, grief, or even confusion. However, these emotions do not disappear over time. Instead, they evolve, reappear, and shift depending on new life challenges such as schooling, health concerns, and social experiences of their child. This shows that coping is not a one-time process or a fixed stage of acceptance. Rather, it is a continuous and lifelong process where parents constantly adjust, learn, and rebuild emotional strength. Resilience is therefore something that develops and is sustained over time. This study also highlights the importance role of support systems such as family, school, and community networks. These support systems help parents manage emotional stress and daily responsibilities. However, the findings also show that these support systems are often inconsistent. Support may be strong at certain stages, but may weaken over time, especially as long-term needs increase. This creates a gap between what parents need and what is actually provided. Overall, the result extend existing literature by emphasizing long-time coping, emotional complexity, and the real-world limitation of support systems for raising a child with Down syndrome for the parents. In conclusion, parenting a child with Down syndrome involves a complex and evolving emotional journey that requires continuous resilience. Parents face ongoing emotional and practical challenges, making a strong and consistent support system essential for their well-being. Additionally, inclusive educational practices needs to be strengthened, and both family and community support a vital role. There is also a need for more responsive psychosocial services that addresses long-term needs. This research also emphasizes the need for more inclusive educational programs, stronger community support systems, and increased awareness and sensitivity. By strengthening these support structures, we can improve outcomes not only for children with Down syndrome, but also for their families and communities. These are references that supported this study, including both local and international sources that provided valuable insights into parental experiences, coping, and resilience. Now, thank you for listening and thank you for this opportunity. I will leave a saying that where silence once held pain, hope begins to grow. Carried by love that never breaks, transforming every challenges into meaning and strength. Thank you, everyone.
There you go. Thank you so much, Miss Jazzy Scarlett Basilio, for such a passionate presentation on your paper, no? So for the meantime, we will park the question and answer session for your paper. We shall proceed with the next presenter first, and then we'll have a question and answer on the latter part together. So moving on to our next presenter, she is Miss Sherika Natulia on the topic or the paper titled Parents' Experiences in Aiding Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder in Adapting Routine Changes. Miss Sherika, can you please confirm if you prefer to present virtually or should we do the same and play your video?
I prefer to present virtually.
All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me share my presentation. Hello, am I audible already?
Yes, you may proceed.
Behind every child's progress is a parent who never give up. Good day, everyone. I am indeed honored to be here in front of you right now for the first International Conference of Special Education and Parenting, or ICSEP 2026. And today, I am going to present our research entitled Parents' Experiences in Aiding Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder in Adapting Routine Changes. But before we proceed to our presentation, I am going to introduce myself first. Again, hello everyone. I am Sharika S. Natulia, a student from Western Mindanao State University, taking up Bachelor of Special Needs Education, major in elementary school teaching. So now let's all know what is our study all about. This study explores parents' experiences helping children with autism spectrum disorder adapt in routine changes. It highlighted the experience of the parents' positive outcomes, challenges, and strategies like gradual transitions, visual schedules, and therapy to support structured family-centered care as supported by Sang et al. 2018 and Leosala 2023. So our study is about parents' experiences about handling their children with autism spectrum disorder going through a routine change. But before we proceed, routine change is a crucial part. A routine is a crucial part for the children with autism spectrum disorder because it plays a vital role in their daily life. Now, the research gap of our study is while autism spectrum disorder affects many children worldwide, research on how they adapt to changes in daily routines remain limited, especially in the Philippines, where studies rarely explore parents' first-hand experiences, challenges, and strategies in managing these transitions. Despite their crucial role in supporting children's independence, behavior, and emotional well-being. So autism spectrum disorder affects many children around the world. However, there is a limited research on how these children adapt to changes in their routine. So while going through existing research about children with autism spectrum disorder, they mostly focuses about child behavioral challenges, parental stress and responsibilities, and common support. And the gaps in the researches are the lack of in-depth studies on parents' personal experiences, insufficient research on practical coping strategies used by parents, and the limited Philippine-based research, the local communities research. So now, our research utilizes the qualitative research design. So in our study, we have the participants of our study are the parents of children with autism spectrum disorder. So we have three types of parents because we did the convenience sampling. Parents from Baliwasan, Tetuan, and Tabuan, Zamboanga City. So the interview that we did to the parents is the semi-structured interview. It is an interview that gathered through guided but flexible interviews. And the analysis that we did is the narrative analysis to understand the participant experiences. These are the patterns and this analyze their response by looking at patterns and common themes in their stories to gain deeper insights, not just surface level answers. So overall, the method allowed us to clearly understand how parents manage and support their children with autism spectrum disorder during routine changes. So now, the summary of findings of our study is we have the routine and support, challenges in transitions, and communication strategies. So now let's go back to the routine and support. So we found that having a structured routine and active parental involvement greatly helps children with autism spectrum disorder. When schedules are consistent and parents are actively guiding them, children become more independent and are better able to manage their emotions. And for the challenges in transitions, many parents share that changes in routine are not easy. Children are often experience tantrums or meltdown, and parents have to go through repeated adjustment to help their child cope with these changes, cope with the routine change that happened. Now, for the last one, the communication strategies, the study showed that clear and effective guidance is very important. Parents use simple instructions, social stories, visual schedules to help their children understand what to expect. They also adjust their approach depending on the needs of their child. So overall, the findings show that while routine changes can be challenging, proper support and effective strategies can help children adapt more successfully. So the conclusion of our study is that the study highlights the importance of first, structure, routines, and parental involvement. Second, the support for parents during transitions for child with autism spectrum disorder. And the third one is the use effective adaptation strategies. So the structured routines and parental involvement follow a consistent schedule. This predictability helps reduce anxiety and behavioral challenges for the children with autism. At the same time, active parental involvement such as guiding, observing, and participating in this routine strengthens the child's sense of security and supports their development. And for the second one, the support for parents during transitions for their child with autism spectrum disorder, the changes in routine, environment, or developmental stages can be particularly difficult for the children with autism. Parents often experiences stress, confusion, and uncertainty during these periods. Therefore, support systems such as guidance from professionals, access to resources and emotional support are essential in helping parents manage these challenges effectively. And for the last one, using visual schedules, preparing the child ahead of time and applying patience and consistency is the use of effective adaptation strategies. These strategies help make transitions smoother and improve the child's ability to cope to the routine change that was introduced to them. So overall, the study shows that when parents are equipped with the right structure, support, and strategies, they are more confident and capable in handling the challenges of raising a child with autism spectrum disorder, especially during the times of routine change. And now, these are the references from local and foreign that we include in our study. And that's all for our that's all for my presentation. And thank you everyone for listening. But before I end my presentation, I would love to leave a quote. Adaptation is not just about change. It's about growth, connection, and empowerment. Thank you everyone and have a good day. That's all po.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Sherika Natulia, for another passionate and inspiring presentation. No? So I would say that both studies really highlighted the resilience and the dedication of the parents supporting the children with developmental conditions. So I would say that it's never going to be an easy job, but with a parent's heart, nothing is impossible at this point for their children. So, can we please show a virtual clap or a heart reaction for both our presenters this morning, please? Well deserved. Thank you so much. At this point, we will be opening the floor for questions or suggestions. Let us begin with our reactor for this morning, Dr. Saeed. Any insights that you may have for our two presenters, please?
Oh, thank you, Chris. Good morning to all of you. Can I have the slides of the first presenter first? Thank you. Chris, can you put up the slides for the first presenter, please?
To our tech team, can you please reshare the first presenter slides?
Thank you. Jazzy, good morning. Very nice presentation, but I have got a few questions. First of all, Thank you for the insight on this this special education conference. Meanwhile, we'll wait for the slides. You mentioned that this was, yeah, great. If you could go to the third slide, please. Sorry, fourth slide. Yeah, you mentioned about the awareness, increasing awareness of Down syndrome here, which is limited in research focusing. So how did you find out there was a gap in emotional transition of parents over time?
Hi, good morning, doctor. I find this very limited as we are conducting our research. It is there are very limited a few participants in our study. There are some parents who don't like to open up openly to their stories because it might not be past the standard, or their comments about their experiences might be too harsh. That's why when I search for the review of related literature for a study, there is a very limited source nor research study focusing on the parents, especially for the fathers to open up their experiences in this research.
Is
Thank
that
you.
is that only in the Philippines or is that around the globe?
In the Philippines, locally, it's very limited. But in international, there is a few research study, but they often overlook the emotional experiences of the fathers. Only
Right.
they only focus in mothers.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please, when you talk about a research gap? Yeah, in your research gap, the existing research on Down syndrome, I was not clear on limited local studies and clinical focus. Can you elaborate that, please?
In our research gap, since we are looking for the experiences of the parents raising a child with Down syndrome, we often look or search for the local studies here in the Philippines, but there is very limited. And also there are only focus on the clinical focus of the child, which is their cognitive, behavioral, and only focuses on the children with Down syndrome. But we are looking for the experiences of the parents. That's the gap in our research, because most of them is very hard to find the experiences of the parents. Because there are only focuses on the child's condition, and the studies here in the Philippines are not very accessible because there is very limited research paper here in our country po.
Right. Now, here on the two sides, you've mentioned research gap, which is an existing research gap on a Down syndrome. Okay, fair enough. But what about the research gap that you're talking down in terms of long-term coping? So which one of the two that you will be addressing? The existing research gap or the research gap that you recently found in your papers?
For me, I would like to focus here in the existing gap, which is the long-term coping, because most of the research only focuses after diagnosis of the child. But as I go through in our interview and in our paper, there is a lot to focuses on, like for example this long-term coping. The emotional experience of the parents is not linear. It's very continuous and very non-linear, as they may experience again this guiltiness on the later stages, and later on they may feel acceptance. So it is not only about if they feel acceptance, they will feel it all throughout. Sometimes they feel there are changes in emotions. So the long-term coping is it's not only temporarily that they accept this, but for a lifetime they have to move on, to move forward, to find solutions on their emotional experiences.
All right. Can you go to the methodology, please? Now, you mentioned here it's a qualitative research design, right? So what is your sample size of your participants?
Okay, since in our school, since in our city, which is the Zamboanga city, we have plenty of schools, but there is only a limited of children with Down syndrome, and we have to gain their approval in this study. So we have the participants of 5 to 10. As in per classroom, there is very limited students with Down syndrome. They only have 2 or 1. So we opted for 5 to 10 because if we opted for 20 and above, it is very difficult to find a participants who will very openly share their experiences to us.
All right. When you said 5 to 10 and your data collection is on in-depth interviews, what are your questionnaires do you have a sample of these questionnaires for collecting data? And do you have an ethics approval from your university to get those? Because when you're talking to Down syndrome people or the parents of Down syndrome, this is a very delicate aspect. And anything can trigger in terms of questionnaires for both the parents and the child itself. So how are you going to collect in-depth interviews, and where is your sample for your questionnaire? I couldn't see your sample in terms. So have you already conducted this research, or it's ongoing research?
It is already done. We already
Oh, okay. You have already done, and okay, I will share my views later. Please carry on.
yes.
So how was the
Yes.
question conducted? Who was the interviewers? And how was the sample? Where are the questions of the samples?
Okay.
Sample questions.
Okay. In this research, yes, we need to check it and validate it in our ethics on our campus, on our school, before they will allow us to do this interview. And after that ethical results or checking, we will go to school for approval to um to do this interview, and after that the approval also of the parents if they want to participate it.
When you
Now,
are, sorry to intrude, when you are writing a research paper or when you are presenting in a conference, these elements must be included into your presentation, which I couldn't see from a technical perspective and from the literature perspective, right? Can you go to your findings, please? Findings. I think that's a slide number 8 for you, or results and findings, that's slide number 7, please. Yeah, so when you have done your research, when you concluded your research, you're talking about support prior studies, descending complex, right? So describing complex. What other complexities did you find in your research paper?
so for the complex, it's the experiences of parents, of the mothers and the fathers are very different in all aspects. So there are this complex because we opt to they just move forward and accept, but we saw there is a different result, which um may be complex, because on mothers they easily moved on, but on fathers they still have this grief stages, and they not talk openly talk about it. So in our research we have to be the positive after the diagnosis, but for them it is not. In real life experiences, it is not very easy to just accept and move on, but rather they will carry this guiltiness for a lifetime, especially for the fathers. For the mothers, they try to to accept and to have hope for the next few years for their child's future. But for the fathers, it is completely opposite.
Right. Just last question, the second last question. I mean, if you have found that fathers having difficulties in terms of understanding and going through this phase, what would you recommend them? What is your recommendation? Because you have already conducted this research, so you might have some recommendations or some elements to help guide these fathers in terms of coping up with this mechanism.
I really think in our country, I think the father should be open up their experiences. They not be judged by their emotions just because they are the father, but they are very welcome. In terms of helping them, I suggest that there is a lot of seminars going in our places. Even in the barangays, it is very free and accessible. I think they should participate. On the first stage, they should participate and listen to it more and to volunteer. I think that's really how you connect them, for them to openly share their experiences, because in the research, both locally and internationally, there's very few of the fathers who's very openly share their experiences. So I think in our country, in our barangay, it's very accessible. The seminars are there. I think they should participate that in the first things first, because in that stage, little progress is still a progress.
Right. Final question. If you go to your end where you say thank you very much and you've given a quote, can you go to that slide, please? The last slide where you have given a quotation. Yeah, the last. Thank you can you just bring up the quote? Yeah. Where silence, sorry, I can't see that. The quote is nice. Who quoted it? Is it your quotation?
Yes, that's rooted from my very emotional research study. That's my overall, that's my learning in our research study. I got very emotional while doing this presentation. That's why I said I will leave a little message or quote for this presentation.
This is a very good quote, but the impact of this quote needs to be also highlighted, right? So thank you so much for your questions, and thank you for Jesse for presenting it for the first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Chris or the tech team, can I have the next presenter, please?
Let's share the presentation again of Ms. Sherika Natulia.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Sherika. How are you doing?
Good morning, Doctor. Doing fine.
Right. Thank you very much for your good presentation. However, I've got a few questions and I hope you can answer them. Number one, when you're talking about the autism spectrum of disorder, are you taking this as a qualitative analysis or are you taking a mixed methodology or quantitative analysis?
While doing the study, we did the qualitative analysis.
Right. You did a qualitative analysis, right?
Yeah.
What is the sample size that you have?
The sample size that we have are 10 parents. We interviewed 10 parents from the different barangay. We have 3 barangay that we interviewed the parents from. First, from Baliwasan, Catuan, and Labuan. The first one is the Catuan. We had 2 parents interviewed. From Baliwasan, we have two parents also, and from Labuan, we have 6 parents interviewed.
Okay, right. Can I ask you a small question? Maybe it's a silly question. What is the
Yes.
total population of autism children in your 3 districts?
Approximately, we have approximately, I would love to go back to that question later.
Okay, no problem. When you are talking about 8 parents as a qualitative analysis, do you think it's wide enough to contain or to get the results from the entire of your district? Do you think that sample size is enough?
I think yes, because I am majoring in special education, and I've noticed even though there are different types of spectrum of children with autism spectrum disorder, I noticed that the routines play a crucial role. And according to the parents that we interviewed, from the data that we collected from them, the answer or the experience that's almost the same.
Okay. I have my concerns on this because when you are talking about your district and your 3 districts are in Philippines that you're selecting, your sample sizing is too small to reach your conclusion or your findings. So I'm a bit concerned on this aspect. Secondly, is this ongoing research or is this already done?
This research is already done.
Okay. And what was your results? What were your findings?
The findings of our research is that we have the routine and support, the challenges in transition and communication strategy.
All right. So what are the challenges in communication and strategy with your parents or with the autism spectrum disorder?
The challenges of the parents in handling their children with autism spectrum disorder in going through routine changes are the behavioral, non-irritable of the children in going through routine changes, and their non-compliance of the new routine that was introduced to them.
Okay. How do you define non-compliance in the parental experience for aiding autism spectrum disorder? What is non-compliance? Because you have not mentioned in your slides what are the non-compliant and compliant elements. So how do your audience know that this certain thing is non-compliant or a compliant?
For example, when the parents introduce a new routine to their child is not accepting the new change in the routine easily. Like
So if they don't accept the changes, sorry to cut you short.
Yes.
If they're not accepting the changes, do you think that's a non-compliant element of autism?
Yes.
How?
Because even though the routine change is hard for the children with autism, but when you gradually introduce a new routine to them, they will accept that routine when you did a step by step introduction to the routine.
Okay. All right. You said it's a qualitative analysis and you're talking about thematic analysis, right?
Yes.
So how did you get the ethics approval for the questionnaire, and what sort of questionnaire were you taking into shape or into consideration for these parents as well as the children with autistic disorder?
Okay, in our questionnaires, we have a main questions that we prepared. For the first question, we have the what are the parents' experiences in handling their children with autism spectrum disorder in going through routine change.
Yeah,
And
was
for the
this approved?
second,
Okay, sorry.
yes,
Was this your questionnaire was approved by the ethics committee of your university?
yes, it was approved by the ethics committee.
Okay, you need to show it too on your presentation. What are the samples of your questions? I couldn't see it in your in your presentation, and that is mandatory when you're doing a qualitative analysis,
Yes, I'm
right?
so sorry. I forgot to
No
include the
problem.
questions.
No problem. Can you go to your research gap, please?
Search. Can
I think your slide number 4 or 5. Can you go there? Slide number 5, please.
5.
Yeah, here you're talking about existing research gap, right?
Yes.
So is your paper related to the existing research gap and routine changed, or you found a research gap which is a new one, that is lack of in-depth studies? Now, are you talking about this lack of in-depth studies in Philippines or globally?
Lack of in-depth studies in the Philippines, especially locally.
Okay. And how do you say it's a limited research? Why do you say that?
Because when we are reviewing an existing research or a previous research about autism, the research focuses or talk solely about the child's behavioral challenges, especially that the gap that we notice is the experiences of parents of handling their child with autism spectrum disorder in going through routine change.
Okay, I'm confused here because when you're talking about only 8 to 10 people, right, in your sample sizing, and
Yes.
the autistic, as per my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, in Manila itself, there are more than 100,000 students. Out of that, right, around 10 to 15% suffer autism. When I was last in Manila, I observed that, and I have some, research on that, literature review. So I don't understand the literature limited Philippines research based in perspective of that, and insufficient research, both the elements, because you're only taking 10 people. So do you think that sample size is enough to give you that finding that you have got?
Okay, so in finding a participant, what we did is we go to the three schools from the 3 barangays. So while we asked about the population of children with autism there are enrolled but only little. And for example, in Tatuan, there are only 10 students with autism spectrum disorder like diagnosed, and the same with the Baliwasan. So
Okay.
we only
Okay. I understand your perspective, but the question here is that if you are taking only 10 sample in the 3 people, you must write your criteria of acceptance in terms of autism or parents with autistic kids, right? Your criteria in your qualitative analysis is not clear to me. That gives me a confusion. What is your criteria of accepting people in your research? So if that is not clear, then, it makes me wonder how you're getting this information from. Anyway, let's go to your final last question on your quote. Can you please go to your quotation?
last.
Yeah. Adaptation is not just about change. It's about growth, connection, and empowerment, right? Here, what kind of adaptation are you talking about? And is this your personal quote? Or is it
To
been
be
taken
honest,
from somewhere?
I've taken it somewhere. to be
Okay,
honest.
if you have taken it from somewhere, you must write the author or whoever the main source of quotation is. You're getting this quotation, right? Otherwise, this would be considered from a different perspective altogether.
Yeah.
Right? Thank you so much. I mean, thank you for presenting it. It's been a good presentation, right?
Thank
But
you.
these are some of my comments that you can perhaps look later and improve yourself on it, both the presenters. So thank you very much. Very good presentations. Nice, but room to improve.
Thank you so much for
Thank you, Chris. That's all from me for this moment. And I do apologize for my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed, for raising such challenging and insightful questions and clarifications. I'm sure those have gravitated towards our presenters, of course, for the continuous improvement of their research. Because that's what this is all about, especially for what do you call this, qualitative research. They are emergent in nature. So when they are given such constructive criticisms and feedbacks, they are bound to bend the results or revisit the results and their findings, and maybe somehow give improvements or make some adjustments on the approach moving forward.
Can I just add one thing? I mean, this would be our future elements as well, especially when there is a conference. The conference, the main scope or core element of a conference is not to present already published or printed papers, research has been done. It should be an ongoing research. That is the main core of the conferences. So please look into it, because that creates a lot of confusion when already the paper has been published or paper has been done, and then then findings are not clear. So please have a look. I would request all the organizers to look into this. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed. And congratulations to our first two presenters, for addressing and answering the questions thoughtfully. Congratulations for a job well done. Nonetheless, you have done an amazing job and you deserve all the praises and applauses for your paper. I'm sure you have worked hard in it. And you know, these studies really highlighted the challenges or the emotional, battles of the parents in terms of supporting children with special conditions, I would say, with their findings mostly emphasizing the importance of empathy, the structure, and the support that they are getting also from the system that we have. We need to have that strong support systems that will really foster positive outcomes for families. So, on a personal note, those parents really demonstrated, every day the strength that they can show or they can give to their kids, their children, which really turn challenges into opportunities for how do you say it? Growth and hope. Those are the keywords for these two papers. So once again, congratulations and thank you to our reactor for giving such an insightful feedback. At this juncture, we shall take a quick coffee break for 15 minutes. Please be back by 11:20 for those in the Philippines, and for those from the other parts of the world, just kindly take a look at your clock and be back after 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Can I please see a heart react if everyone's already back on the bridge? All right, there you go. I think everyone's back from the break. I hope you had a refreshing break, I would say, because at this point we will be resuming our program, and this time we'll be shifting our focus to another important and timely topic in the field of inclusive education. This is one that emphasizes the powerful partnership between schools and families in supporting learners with diverse needs. Our next keynote session is entitled The Parent as Co-Educator, Advancing Inclusive Systems Through Shared Roles in Special Education. It is my honor to introduce our next keynote speaker for today. She is currently an Associate Professor 5 at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Taguig campus, where she continues to contribute significantly to education, research, and inclusive practices in special education. Everyone, please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Cheryl Sharima Morales.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Assalamualaikum. Good morning to all our participants and to my co-keynote speaker, Sister Sanoba, Ma'am Nessie, the first speaker, and Dr. Menera later. So this is a very good opportunity as a first, especially for our first time presenters, the courage and the confidence that you have in providing and sharing your paper with us will definitely allow your paper to be improved and will be a practice for in the common publications. So, Chris, please just play the video since I am in somewhere outside Manila. The connection might not be good or intermittent in later picture, but if there are questions or curiosity that may arise, I will just answer it in the message box. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Morales. We will be playing a recorded presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. So our discussion topic for today would be the parents as co-educator, advancing inclusive systems through shared roles. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizer, especially the Academy Research Lab, despite of the challenges that we are all experiencing today and witnessing. We pray that the war in the Middle East would have would end and would find peace. So let us proceed. So I am Cheryl Sharima Renomeron Morales, an associate professor from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Beyond my academic role, I stand before you today as a mother of not one, not two, not even three, but 4 children with disability. My third son was actually diagnosed with social communication disorder and is now 20 years old. My 2 daughters, 10 and 8, has autism level 2. And my youngest, who's 5 years old, is diagnosed with autism level 1. Alhamdulillah, thank God that they have been in inclusive classroom rather, throughout these years. So, as what you see, this is a reality that has deeply shaped how I understand inclusion. Today, I will be sharing not just a framework, but of course, a lived experience, a lived perspective on how we can advance inclusive systems through shared roles, particularly by recognizing the parents as co-educator. The global mandate for partnership. Globally, frameworks like UN SDG 4 and policies such as IDEA, Individual with Disabilities Education Act, emphasize inclusion. In practice, however, inclusion often remains institutional, not relational. We inform parents, but we do not always partner with them. For my experience as both educator and a mother, I have seen policies look strong on paper, but fragile in implementation. When the parent's voice is not truly integrated, because the truth is, inclusion becomes real only when the lived experiences of family are treated as valid knowledge. Treated as valid knowledge. Dual lens, educator and mother. I speak today through a dual lens. As an educator, I understand pedagogy, curriculum, and systems. But as a mother, I navigate something very different. Daily negotiations, emotional labor, and constant advocacy just to make inclusion work for my children. This dual identity made me realize inclusion is not delivered, it is co-created. And often families like mine are doing invincible work to bridge the gap between policy and reality. The participation gap. There is a paradox in our system. Parents are physically present, but not meaningfully involved. They attend meetings, sign documents like IEPs, but their insights are often not treated as expertise. I have personally experienced we call advocacy fatigue. The exhaustions of repeatedly explaining your child, defending their needs, and still feeling unheard. Usually in school, it happens at least a month or two every school year, every start of the school year. I would always talk to the teacher, provide them the diagnosis of my kids, showing them updated therapy sessions and evaluations. And since it's a medical document, they cannot just freely share it since it's a confidential file. So I have to give my consent. So the school has a copy. I have to give again and again a copy to the teachers, and I will always say to the advisor, you can share this document with the rest of their teachers so they would understand what my kids or how can this paper help my kids in their studies. And if there are any behavior that you observe you think would be difficult for you to manage alone, just have to tell me so I can discuss it also with the therapist and have it something also in the house. So it's always like that. So that's where the system fails, because inclusion cannot thrive in silos. Inclusion cannot thrive in silos. So defining the co-educator role, then who are the parents, or what's the role of the parents in an inclusive system? Definitely, it's not merely clients. Parents are not just clients. Parents are not just caregivers, but co-educator. Why? Parents hold longitudinal knowledge of the child. Parents understand what triggers, strengths, and the behavior of their children beyond the classroom. And parents can help shape functional, meaningful learning goals. Again, in my own journey, I have seen how many insights how my insight as a mother can transform educational strategies when they are actually listened to. So if this is the definitions of a co-educator, and then we have to provide some theoretical framework with this. During our younger days, no? During my time, we talk about 3 R's. It's reading, writing, and arithmetic. But in this context of inclusion, let us borrow the 3 R concept into something different. So the first R, this is to operationalize this framework. First R is respect, recognizing that parents bring valid, lived expertise. It's not an emotional opinion, but an evidence from daily life. Second R, responsibility, shifting from school-only accountability to shared responsibility. As a mother, I do not hand over my child to school. We co-carry the responsibility. And the last R, or the third R, relationships. At the core of everything is trust. Without trust, collaboration become merely compliance. So let us talk about this more on the shared roles. So how does synergy of shared roles happen? When roles are shared, something powerful happens. Teachers, we all know, brings pedagogy. Parents bring context to this pedagogy. Together, we can create holistic understanding. Again, in my own experience, the best outcomes for my children happen not when systems were perfect, but when relationships were strong. Because inclusion is not just a program, it is a relationship-driven process. So just made a simple table here. So how marginalization becomes empowering. So from marginalization to empowerment, we need a mindset shift, a paradigm shift across all stakeholders, across our key actors. Parents, from clients, as what I have said previously, to a collaborative assets. Teachers, from solo actors to partners in care. Leaders, like principals, school administrators, from compliance focus to connection driven. And our government, but every government it says, it's not the from top to bottom approach. Should be community-led approach. As a mother, I have felt both sides, being marginalized and being empowered. And I can tell you, when parents are empowered, children thrive. We just had a year program for this with CSN, and believe there will be the next keynote speaker, Ma'am Nessie, will be here, and she will be discussing how her institution work on empowering parents, and it has gone a long way, and I'm very happy how it thrives right now. So I will leave it to her regarding the discussions on this one. So the collaborative journey. Historically, in the past, parents were passive recipients. Today, at present, we are transitioning toward shared responsibility. But I pray, in the future, what we must aim for is clear. Parents as recognized co-educators. This is not just a participation. This is co-designing systems together. And for families like mine, this shift is not theoretical. It is necessary for our survival, for my kids' survival, and for my kids' dignity. In conclusion, a shared future, inclusion must move forward. Remember, we must move forward towards shared accountability, authentic partnership, sustainable systems. As both academic and a mother, I stand firm in this belief. And that is also what I noticed. The most underutilized resource in inclusive education is the parent's voice. And when we begin to treat that these voices are professional, valid, and essential, and we do not just improve the system, we transform lives. So these are the references that I've used if you'd like to dig on it deeper. As a closing line, everything I shared today is grounded not only in theory, but in the daily reality of raising 4 children who rely on systems that must do better. And that is why this work matters deeply to me. Thank you very much, and may we continue working together toward truly inclusive and humane educational system.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Morales, for that inspiring presentation and for bravely sharing your story and a study deeply rooted and anchored on your lived experiences as a parent of your 4 brilliant kids. You know, it resonated with me how you emphasize that the lived experiences of the parents should be treated as valid knowledge. And I would say it's about high time in order for that to, come into fruition. Your day-to-day realities, your emotions, your coping strategies definitely will provide, not solid, tangible or valuable insights that cannot always be captured through theory alone. So, I really like that particular statement that you mentioned that in order for inclusion to come into fruition, the lived experiences of the parents should be treated as valid knowledge. So it's an emotional presentation, no? Because having to hear an academic and a parent who have lived those experiences and continue to live those experiences, it really gives a different meaning to our conference in creating a meaningful and respectable, sustainable, inclusive practices. So as what Dr. Morales mentioned, these kids deserve better systems and better practices. So thank you so much, Dr. Morales. So to our attendees, if you have any, questions or clarifications, if you would like to collaborate with Dr. Morales, feel free to reach out or drop your messages here in Zoom. So no, I was taken aback personally, but yeah. Thank you again, Dr. Morales. And as we continue our journey of learning in this virtual conference, we now move forward, of course, to another important and relevant topic that highlights the shared responsibility of families and professionals in nurturing children with special needs or diverse needs. Our next keynote session is entitled Interdisciplinary Strategies in Parenting for Children with Special Needs. It is my great honor to introduce our next keynote speaker. She is a lecturer at Icon Institute Australia and a dedicated advocate of special education and parenting. Through her work, she has actively contributed to empowering families, educators, and communities in supporting children with diverse learning and developmental needs. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Sanober Mahmood.
Thank you very much, Chris. Chris, are you able to see my screen? Can someone please confirm? I'm sharing the
Yes, it's
screen.
visible and you're audible also.
Thank you, Chris. And a very good day and good morning to all the event organizers, fellow researchers, and academics. Before I start my keynote speaking, I would definitely would like to pay a lot of respect and congratulate my previous keynote speaker on her bravery as a parent to talk about this sensitive issue, because that's what my topic is going to be about, because not all the parents are very confident in talking and getting that feedback from the community, that how important it is to acknowledge what they go through, and also how they can contribute their lived experiences can be contributed towards its kind of payback to the community. So, and some of the narratives I'm going to also use in my speaking that I have gathered from different researches, and I hope that you would like it. Okay, so let's start. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. As this has already been informed, that my topic is going to be on interdisciplinary strategies to support parents of children with special need by addressing social, emotional, and behavioral challenges, providing home-based interventions, supporting parents training programs, and advocating for community engagements. So I'm going to show a few models as well, that how it has been trialed and tested, and beautifully the outcome has been very positive. So let's start. I once read this quote and I loved that one. Parenthood is about raising and celebrating the child you have, not the child you think you would have. It's about understanding your child is exactly the person they are supposed to be. And if you are lucky, there might be the teacher who turns you into the person you are supposed to be. So, my fellow listeners, raising children with special need can be challenging. Carers and parents, they often face high stress and heavy parenting burdens. Stress falls into two main areas: the child related stress and the parent related stress. Child related stress, which arises from the child's characteristics and their behaviors because of the particular condition or diagnosis they may have, and parent related stress, which stems from parents' experiences and may affect marital relationship and self efficacy, including the doubt in parenting. As the main influences for the developmental outcomes of differently abled children, parents and caregivers can support children's development by increasing awareness and understanding. They take on intense responsibility, managing the child's condition, making medical decisions, advocating for their needs in healthcare, and fighting for inclusivity in schools. These demands can provoke significant stress. Parenting a special need child is a long journey requiring determination and positivity, acceptance, understanding the reality, and ways to support themselves and their child. It's crucial for parents, as unawareness can profoundly affect well being. Just as every child is unique, support strategies for families are diverse and unpredictable. Ethel and the colleagues, they identified 4 factors categorizing the issues facing parents and caregivers of children with autism spectrum disorder. Child-related issues, such as the characteristics and the diagnosis. Family-related issues, such as dynamics and relationship. Sociocultural issues, stigma, community support, and political, such as the government policies, fundings, and funding providers. The time between risk identification and clinical diagnosis evaluation is highly distressing for parents. Ross has proposed a 5-stage model of grief, as it's shown in this diagram below. though it has been contested as very prescriptive and linear. To some extent, it testifies how parents may initially take an initial path, and with the right parenting support, they start negotiating, come to understand their child and children needs, and eventually they accept it. The 5 stages include denial, anger, bargaining, depression, eventually acceptance. Let's look at the impacts on parenting. Parents of children with special needs can have 5 categorical impacts. Psychological impact, including emotional burden, guilt, and uncertainty. No one knows how long it is going to be. Physical impact, fatigue, sleep deprivation, safety concerns about themselves, their families, and their children. Social impact, isolation, stigmatization, and family sacrifices. Career impact, reduced opportunities and job losses, and most of the time, mother being the main carer, the job opportunities are being taken from mother's side. Financial impact is high cost of care and limited resources within the community, also in the educational institutes. One of the highly observed problems in parents of children with special need is the high level of stress. One reason is the comorbid or a dual diagnosis nature of need of children, such as children with autism who also have language and behavior impairment, strict routine adherence, social emotional inconsistencies, sleep issues, aggressiveness, and self-harm behavior in some circumstances. And as the intensity of these behavior increases, the stress level of parents also increase. The second issue discussed in the research is funding and financial management for raising children with special needs. That includes their counseling sessions, medical bills, and therapies. For many families, a fairly large portion of income is utilized for payments for specialty care and services specifically aligned with the child and children needs. Loss of employment is a common impact discussed before, so meeting medical and specialized needs is financially compromising other household expenses as well. Exhaustion is another major issue identified in parents. If they do not get any relief from the child's strict routine, it can lead to pessimism, depression, withdrawal, and self-doubt for some parents. Societal stigma, cultural boundaries, family rejection, negative views, and lack of understanding about disability from outsiders add more burden on parents' shoulders, and they feel isolated, stressed, and depressed. Community stigmatization and lack of inclusive environment are common for school-aged children. And finding an appropriate educational facility is also devastating for parents, which further reinforces helplessness, as some children may not get accepted in mainstream schools due to societal stigma and lack of trained staff in mainstream schools. Let's look at the coping strategies for parents. Mindfulness-based stress reduction suggests meditation, adaptation to cognitive behavior therapy, and acceptance and commitment therapy. Be aware that most of the time, the main focus are the children. We have to look after the parents and their well-being. Parental attitudinal shifts, such as acceptance, can give them some relief and change the perception of how they see it at the time of diagnosis and how they see it now. Resilience orientation intervention, such as identifying the stressors, understanding their physiological and psychological stresses, and applying physical and mental strategies to combat their distorted well-being. Use of formal and informal support, such as counseling and respites, giving short breaks to the parents from their routine. Parent-to-parent support program, which was initially trialed in the United States. However, it is now common in many countries. Increasing public awareness, inclusive education, and community-based support programs for both children and parents. I'm going to introduce a few models and therapies that I have researched for this purpose, which is outcome-oriented, and let's look at the first one. Resilience strategy, which is SMART 3RP, stress management and resilient training, has been trialed and tested on parents of children with autism spectrum disorder for 8 consecutive weeks as a treatment for building resilience. Each session consists of 90 minutes. The therapy treatment, the MR, acceptance, mindfulness, optimism, resilience method, included instructions in a relaxing response, recuperative sleep, breath and body awareness, mindfulness, social support, positivity, physical activity, empathy, and humor. All sessions were led by licensed clinical psychologists along with 2 master's level trainees. I have made this chart to show you that each session out of 8 sessions had something new to offer. In the first session, it was introduced what was the introduction of the stress and resilience. And you can see here that a small homework has been given to the parents to continue at home as well. Session 2, there was a stress mindset, understanding of our stress mindset. Then session 3 was about mindfulness, the education, psychoeducation, about mindfulness practice for parents and other interactions as well. Session number 4 was the acceptance and resilience. Rethinking acceptance, stress acceptance, and meaning. Session 5 is about grief, loss, and resilience. Step by step, things are improving, going to improve in different sessions. Session 6, optimistic thinking. Cognitive loops, common loops among parents of children with ASD. And then session 7, another part of optimistic thinking, thoughts, quizzes, and cognitive distortion. Session 8 is about reviewing and prioritizing the resilience. Look at the outcome after 8 weeks of the trial. Results were positive, with significant improvements in anxious symptoms, family empowerment, marital quality, and happiness. These parents also improved in their perception of children with autism, in children's emotional problem, communication deficit, and inappropriate or involuntary speech. Better results were also observed in supplementary outcomes, including improvement in mindfulness, optimistic thinking, and self-compassion. The next model that I want to introduce is Patterson's Family Adjustment and Adaptation Response Model. Research claims that the families of children with disabilities feel extreme obligation towards the care of their child and have limited resources, leading the families to experience a period of significant disequilibrium and disorganization, during which crisis occurs. Patterson's Family Adjustment and Adaptation Response Model is used to restore balance in the family. Adaptive families can reduce demands, increase their capabilities, or change the meaning of stressors. The model offers parent-to-parent connection. Connecting with more experienced parents can provide families with suggestions for coping with situations, navigating the disability and education system. Practical examples of adaptive ways to manage stresses and family recovery from disequilibrium. This program has helped the families and children find the best match. The matching criteria include parent in need and a trained veteran parent, as well as family-specific factors such as the child age, disability, specific system navigation, culture, language, geographic area, socioeconomic status, and marital status. This perceived sameness is considered credible in information as well as the support provided. For children with rare condition, matches could not be found easily. However, coordinators, they took an extra mile and they had to find suitable matches from other areas as well. Let's look at the outcome. The parent-to-parent program had positive results in the United States, with families reporting improved perception of their ability to cope with their child's disability and family circumstances, and a more positive appraisal of life circumstances. Following these encouraging outcomes, similar support programs have been adopted in Taiwan, Great Britain, Canada, Japan, New Zealand, Nigeria, and other countries, demonstrating the parent-to-parent program's broader influence and ongoing contribution to support families worldwide. Let's look at the methodology. This method was conducted to explore the factor structure of a new measure of readiness to volunteer. That's the most important thing, that the parents, experienced parents, are ready to volunteer as a peer support provider to other parents of children with disabilities. The 3-factor 10-item solution is attained: the into action factor, the well-being factor, and the skills and navigation factor. We are going to see that how into action, well-being, and skill and navigation readiness, what was the objective in there, and what was the result later. For the factor 1, into action, the objective was to parents making efforts to meet each other. Then what is going to happen? They have the desire to give back the support to other parents in their journey, better family adjustments and understanding their circumstances to cope with. And there will be an increased level of self-efficacy, encourages advocacy-based activities for their families and other families. Only when they are going to start meeting with people with similar experiences. Second factor is the well-being, which is most important. Here again, the objective is to build relationship and connecting with people. Is going to increase social support and utilizing it. They are going to have reduced depressive symptoms and stress. And again, positivity and change in their outlook, how they see the child's symptoms, issues, and how they are going to cope with it. The last factor is the skill and navigation in building the capacities. The objective is learning new skills and how to navigate systems related to educational, medical, and social services. Dependable and trusting relationship building with people so parents can feel safe and supported. Utilizing the efforts in making skill useful for families. Utilizing all the efforts what they are making in terms of educational, medical, and social services in helping each other. And building a strong social support network so that the new families can say they have someone they can rely on. That was the second model. Let's look at the final model, which is the dance movement psychotherapy. Research done by the Research Center of Art and Wellbeing in India claims GDMP, group dance movement psychotherapy, as one of the successful interventions for parents and caregivers of children with disabilities, predominantly children with ASD. The sessions are scheduled for 90 minutes and participants are encouraged to capture their experience through art-based drawing. The researchers simultaneously collected art-based experience notes and reflections from the participants. Each session starts with a check-in and a warm-up, involving mindful use of different body parts, improvised movement patterns, creating body rhythms, and passing the movement's leadership to other members. This has helped us get to know each other, identify personal strengths and challenges, spend time with our own children, and explore new ways of being. These are all words of the parents. Common resources include the balloons, fabric, scarves, hoops, large parachutes, and some personal objects. Music is also embedded as and when required. Session ends with reflections and creative words. The participant gave positive feedback at the end of the session, noting that it was creative, expressive, and helped them feel in control. This is the model. In the middle, we have the core benefits. Then we have got the outcomes of those benefits. And these arrows, they are informing us some hindrances that may have in getting into that model and utilizing this model. So the above main 6 themes and 20 sub-themes are illustrated in 3 layers, 1, 2, and 3. And the central part of the figure represents the core benefits from this model, DMP. Then the boxes surrounding the core benefits are helpful factors relating to the experience of TMP, all 1, 2, 3, 4. However, the last one, the 4 arrow marks pointing downwards, are the unhelpful factors that obstruct to engage in the therapeutic processes. That's what I've gathered from the narratives and art expression from this model, and this is all from the parents, enhancing awareness and alertness. And as the model is suggesting, at the end there is a drawing session, creative session. While just gathering all that information, I was also thinking about a renowned theorist, educationist and the theorist, who says that children have 100 languages to express themselves. And I was just thinking that why do parents not have that 100 languages? Why can't we express our parents with different, who are taking care of different children with different abilities? Why can't they express themselves? So I'll just show you the pictures for your reference. The references are given there. Feel free to browse more from the reference list. Reflecting and reinforcing strength. This is the unfamiliar space for the parent, how the parent has described that. One of the parents says embracing positivity, it is just that being positive like this got a lot of benefits. I've been thinking about the moments of success and the kind of response I've gotten all that. We have looked a lot of strengths and things that have gone well, and it's been like very self-positive. It's been really good, and I'm thinking like, I want to lie down. Someone showed their compartment and structuring in their drawing beautifully. This may be the brain. And then they say trying to do some organizing and tidying up really. I was thinking about what you said about challenges before. I actually realized that there is a space in my mind of challenges, but it just has to sit in the right space and make sure that I don't overthink that it is challenging and giving it right support. It is not locked in. It is free to go if it wants to go. And parents also felt that they want to escape. And then they got the sense of control. Pointing to the balloon, she revealed, this is the challenge, but that's okay. It's there. It still need to do all the other things, just having a side to an eye, just being in control of them. Once all the challenges were in her balloon, I was able to move it in a way I wanted to, and it was not moving me. That sense of control over managing the challenge is something that I would want to have. Right? And eventually the parents have accepted it. I know when I saw all the dust on, it was getting quite messy. I was trying to sort that out by sweeping it all, but still you can see those little dust particles on the paper. I guess it is always going to be there. So the benefits of dance and music therapy is been mentioned by the researchers that parents of children with special needs were in liminal position in which they experienced a sense of disability even they were not disabled. That's how they feel, and this is, I would say, my version, how I want the parents to start feeling relaxed, starts expressing their soul, grounding and relishing the present, and letting go. There are few things that is in parents' hand, not everything. Parents' attitude towards inclusive education for their children. Research was done in Germany with a group of parents to identify their attitudes towards inclusive education for children. The main purpose of the research was to amplify parents' voices on special education needs. It was asserted that the parents' attitude towards the school program and the implementation of inclusive education are important for promoting inclusion. Also, for children's comprehensive assessments, the parent's perspective is necessary to gain an external perspective on practices in inclusive education. The finding indicates that parents' attitude towards the school program are positive when they are educating to a higher level and have also experienced inclusive education. However, the difference in attitude is seen in the implementation of the program as more positive for the parents of children with physical and sensory disabilities than from the parents of children with behavior and severe cognitive issues. And that may be because that's totally my own thinking, that may be because physical and sensory disabilities may be more visible or more visible to community and schools than behavior and severe cognitive issues maybe. How to make things better for children and help parents and caregivers at home. They must have accessible and inclusive education, accessibility and inclusivity of education, what is being taught in the school to their child, and how parents can help at home as a transition, as continuity of their learning from school to home and from home to school. Affordable therapies and counseling for children and families, not only for the children, but the caring parents as well. Coordination between school and therapies to maintain consistency in care. Teachers training programs should be there for schools, for teachers in school, how to deal with all these issues. And support groups for parents in home care and outside the home. Parent-to-parent model. Behavior interventions such as therapies, in-school support, outpatient therapies, and specialized schools. Because I'm based in Australia, I have included a few countries and I've included their researches. So I would like to continue my research, of course, within Australia. And I know that these are some of my go-to websites that I'm going to use for my further research in this area. So that's all. And then I have got my references here. So feel free to browse anything from here. And anyone, if someone is interested in there, so I would be more than happy to collaborate with them. And that's all from my side. I've stopped sharing my screen. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanober Mahmood, for that comprehensive and empowering presentation on the interdisciplinary challenges to support parents with, children with special needs. So truly, these parents of children with special needs often face emotional, financial, and day-to-day challenges that can really affect their well-being and the family dynamics in general. So with this proper strategies indicated or being delved into your studies, the what do you call this? These parents can be effectively supported and empowered to care and continue to care for their children with confidence and resilience. So they all need the support that they can get. So once again, thank you so much for giving your time and your passion to conduct such study.
Thank you very much.
All right, and at this juncture, now we shall resume with the paper presentations. This time we will be having the paper entitled Analyzing Education Policy and Rights for Equity and Accessibility in Early Childhood Education, a Literature Review. The presenter is Adela Wena Fitria.
Good morning, committee members and all participants. My name is Adila Winafitria, and I'm currently a doctoral student in Early Childhood Inclusive Education. I'm from Makassar, Indonesia. Today, I would like to present my study entitled Analyzing Education Policy and Rights for Equity and Accessibility in Early Childhood Education, literature review. This study explores how education policy plays a critical role in ensuring equitable and accessible education, particularly for young children with diverse needs. Briefly about myself, I'm both a practitioner and researcher in inclusive education, and I'm currently pursuing my doctoral degree focusing on inclusive early childhood education. I also founded an inclusive school where I work directly with children with diverse needs. My work focuses on bridging theory and practice, particularly in inclusive education policy and early childhood development. This study examines how education policy contributes to ensuring equity and accessibility in early childhood education. The research uses a literature review approach, analyzing 40 international journal articles related to inclusive education, education policy, and educational rights. The findings show 3 key points. First, education policy plays a crucial role as a driver of equitable access. Second, there is a persistent gap between policy and its implementation in practice. And third, early childhood education serves a strategic stage to reduce educational inequality from the earliest phase of development. Okay, this is my background. Globally, access to early childhood education is still unequal. Many children, especially those with disabilities or from vulnerable backgrounds, do not have the same opportunities to access quality education. Inclusive education has been introduced as a solution, but in many cases, it is still limited to integration rather than true inclusion. This raises an important question. How can education systems ensure that all children are not included, but also are not only included, but also supported to learn equally? Many studies in inclusive education focus on inclusive pedagogy, how teachers adapt their teaching to support diverse learners. On the other hand, in real classroom practice, schools still face many challenges in implementing inclusion effectively. However, there is a missing link between these two. The connection between education policy, educational rights, and early childhood education is still not clearly addressed in many studies. This is important because without strong policy support, inclusive practices cannot be sustained in real classroom. Therefore, this study aims to explore how education policy and educational rights shape equity and accessibility in early childhood education. This study is guided by 3 main research questions. First, how education policy ensure equity and accessibility in early childhood education, particularly for children with special needs. The second, what are the key barriers in implementing inclusive education policies? And third, how are policy, practice, and educational rights interconnected within early childhood educational system? And about the methodology, this study adopts a literature review approach to examine the relationship between education policy, educational rights, and inclusive education in early childhood context. I analyzed 40 international journal articles from diverse countries to capture a global perspective. The analysis was conducted using thematic analysis to identify key patterns and recurring themes across the studies. Through this approach, the study aims to develop a conceptual understanding of how policy, practice, and rights interact within early childhood education system. Okay, next I will tell you about the finding in my research. The first key finding shows that education policy plays a foundational role in inclusive education. It is not only a guideline, but a key driver that determines how education system provide equal access for all children. The literature also highlights the importance of a rights-based approach, where education is seen as a fundamental right. This means that strong education policies are essential to create more inclusive and accessible education system. Next, the second finding. The second finding highlights a critical issue, which is the gap between policy and practice. Although many countries have inclusive education policies, their implementation is still challenging. The main barriers included limited resources, lack of teachers' training, and unequal distribution of educational facilities. This shows that having a policy is not enough. Its effectiveness depends on how it is implemented in practice. And next, the last finding. The third finding emphasizes the importance of early childhood education. Early childhood education is a critical stage that provides the foundation for children's development. High-quality early childhood education can reduce inequality from an early age and improve both cognitive and social emotional development. Therefore, strengthening early childhood education is a strategic step toward achieving educational equity. Okay, this is the conceptual framework. Based on the finding, this study proposed a conceptual understanding of how inclusive education works. Education policies serve as the starting point. However, its effectiveness depends on system readiness, including resources, teachers' capacity, and leadership. These elements influence how inclusive practices are implemented in schools. Ultimately, this practice determines whether equity and accessibility can be achieved. This process is also influenced by broader social, economic, and cultural factors. So, inclusive education should be understood as a systemic process, not just a policy. Okay, next, this is the conclusion. In conclusion, this study shows that policy is essential, but not enough. Having a policy doesn't automatically ensure that inclusive education is successfully implemented. It requires system readiness, particularly teachers' capacity and adequate resource support. The study also highlights that early childhood education is a strategic stage to promote equity from the earliest phase of development. Therefore, inclusive education shouldn't be seen merely as a policy, but a systems transformation. Okay, this is the appendix. These are some parts of the 40 articles that I use in this research. Okay, and this is my last slide. This is my last slides. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention. I would like to close this presentation with this reflection. Inclusive education is not only about providing access, but about ensuring that every child truly belongs in the education system. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our presenter for giving a comprehensive presentation about her paper. For now, she will not be able to join us on the bridge, so maybe we can give or maybe we can get some insights or feedback from our reactor and session chair from the audience also, if you want to give any insights about the paper presented.
Shall I start?
Yes, Dr. Saeed, go ahead.
Thank you, Chris. Nice paper. She's done a 40 literatures review or thematic research on it. But is she doing the research in Indonesia? I mean, is she continuing this research in Indonesia? And what is the policies and situational elements say about Indonesian early childhood education? So how is she going to work on it? And my second comment to it was that it's nice to have a thematic research, but as a doctoral candidate, I think she needs to go beyond in-depth of analysis as a primary data collection. So would she be doing that for her research? I just want to know more on this aspect. But it's a very good paper, good starting. However, there's a lack of further information that I need to have in this paper. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Saeed, for such thoughtful points. I'm sure she will be able to review this later on to check, maybe she can get back to you some other time about those points that you've raised. Any other feedback or comments from our session chair, maybe? Or anyone from the virtual attendees? We can still accommodate those.
Yeah, I have one comment about the thing. So definitely it's my area as well, and I really like how someone is advocating for the inclusive education and everything in early childhood setting, because it's very undermined and neglected, not in a bad sense, but I don't know, so unconsciously it is, even in Australia as well. Anyhow, so the good thing I really like is the focus on the policies and step by step, that from policies to practice, and then getting into equity policies. The only thing is that focus on the policies, at what level the policies are being understood by the people who are working directly with the children, because policies are usually meant for the managers and the center owners and people who are in the managerial and leadership position. They may have a very good understanding. However, getting that knowledge across to the people working on the floor with the children, who are the main characters in building the social emotional development of and academic development of the children, that is, I think, would be very good if policies are the main where the focus of this dissertation or the thesis is going to take her. Yeah, I really like the idea, definitely.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanober, for such thoughtful insights as well. And speaking of policies, our next keynote speaker is actually gonna highlight how policies and community efforts come together to create, real impact in the lives of children with special needs. So that really makes sense because policies play an important role or a vital role in this concern. So please allow me to introduce our next keynote speaker on that note. She is the Center Administrator of the Parañaque City Center for Children with Special Needs. Please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Nessie Baculo.
Good morning, everyone. I have a video. Could you please play the video? Thank you.
Hindi lahat ng kwento ay maingay. May mga kwentong nagsisimula sa katahimikan, sa liwanag ng umaga, sa mga simpleng galaw, sa mga sandaling tila ordinaryo. Sa mundong ito, naroon si Kuya Gab.
My name is Gabriel Icaza. I'm 18 years old and I have autism.
Sa kanilang tahanan ay siya ang sentro ng kanilang mundo. Ang mundo niya ay madalas tahimik, ngunit puno ng kulay na siya lamang ang nakakakita.
I think he was 3 or 4 years old when she noticed it. And then we have to wait for a year bago siya mag-test ng developmental pedia. Nalaman kasi namin na hindi pala siya nagtatagalog, doon na lang. English talaga ang first first language. Since English yung pinapanood niya, doon siya natuto magsalita. Mag-isa, just by watching.
Ang autism ay isang neurodevelopmental condition. Ibig sabihin, naiiba ang pagbuo ng koneksyon sa utak.
They're called special children kasi meron silang, bawat isa, meron mga special characters. So, meron silang special powers bawat isa. So, sa kanya, pag ginusto niya yung isang bagay, meron siyang photographic memory.
Dahil dito, maaaring maging mas sensitibo sila sa tunog, liwanag o emosyon.
Ang kailangan yung maintindihan with special children, yung normal sa atin, hindi normal sa kanila. So what we see, hindi nila agad nakikita. Yung spectrum ng autism is malapad. Masyado malaki. Meron parang halos wala. Parang normal. And then meron talagang sobrang grabe. Ganito dapat, ganito dapat. Hindi eh. Walang isang specific na solution kung paano mo i-address yung bawat tao.
Ngunit kasabay nito, madalas din silang may natatanging lakas, malalim na focus, malikhaing pag-iisip, at kakaibang paraan ng pagtingin sa mundo.
It doesn't make them not human, na kailangan hindi mo sila i-treat ng katulad mo.
I wanted to make special treats for everyone to enjoy.
Ngunit hindi nag-iisa si Kuya Gab. Sa bawat 10 batang Pilipino, isa ang may kapansanan. Tila 5 milyong pangarap ang nakakulong sa loob ng isang sistema nang hindi sapat ang kakayahan para sila ay abutin.
Ngunit sa likod ng tibay na kanyang pinapakita, hindi lahat ng katulad niya ay tumatamasa ng pantay na oportunidad sa pagharap sa komunidad.
Marahil dahil bago pa man makapasok sa paaralan, kailangan muna ng diagnosis. Ngunit sa bawat 6 na 10 bata, walang formal na papel na hawak ang mga magulang dahil sa malagintong presyo ng mga assessment na umaabot sa halagang 1,356 hanggang 44,634 na piso. Dagdag 40% hanggang 80% ito sa kabuoang gastos ng isang pamilya para lamang agarang malaman kung anong kapansanan ang kinakailangang mabigyang tulong para sa isang bata.
Hindi dito natatapos ang program, sapagkat sa Parañaque may isang pinto na nananatiling nakabukas.
Ang CSN Center Parañaque ay isang pasilidad na pinupondohan ng lokal na pamahalaan upang palakasin at bigyang kakayahan ang mga batang may kapansanan at ang kanilang mga pamilya.
Dito po sa CSN Center, ang mga services that we offer include free occupational therapy, speech therapy, physical therapy, ABA, and transition programs for children with special needs in the city of Parañaque. We also have parenting programs na ang goal ay para ma-empower, ma-build ang capacities ng mga magulang to implement home intervention strategies.
Hindi lamang nag-iisa ang CSN sa kanilang misyon. Suportado ito ng iba't ibang pamilya, volunteers at mga NGOs na nagtataguyod sa pagkakapantay-pantay at dignidad, partikular na sa mga batang may espesyal na pangangailangan. Nakabatay ang mga gawain ng CSN sa Sustainable Development Goals sa Samahan ng mga Nagkakaisang Bansa o United Nations. Ito ay nakabatay sa SDG 3, Ensure Healthy Lives and Promote Well-Being for All at All Ages, o Magandang Kalusugan at Kagalingan, partikular na sa Target 3.8, Universal Health Coverage, o pangkalahatang saklaw sa serbisyong pangkulusugan. Tinitiyak na ang lahat ng tao ay may akses sa dekalidad na serbisyong pangkalusugan nang hindi nahihirapan sa gastusin. Target 3.4, Mental Health and Well-Being, o kalusugang pangkaisipan at kagalingan. Nilalayo nitong isulong ang kalusugang pangkaisipan at kagalingan at kilalanin ang mga taong may kapansanan at kanilang pamilya ay maaaring humarap sa mga hamon sa kalusugang pangkaisipan. Ito rin ay nakabatay sa SDG 10, bawasan ang hindi pagkakapantay-pantay, partikular na sa Target 10.2, Promote Universal Inclusion, o pagtataguyod ng panlipunan, pang-ekonomiya at pampulitikang paglahok ng lahat. Nilalayo nitong bigyang kapangyarihan at isama ang lahat ng tao sa lipunan at ekonomiya, anuman ang kapansanan o kalagayan. Target 10.3, Ensure Equal Opportunity o pagtiyak ng pantay na oportunidad at pagbawas ng hindi pantay na kinalabasan. Nilalayo nitong alisin ang diskriminasyon at tiyakin ang pantay na pagtrato sa lahat.
Ideally, dapat araw-araw meron sila mga sessions or at least thrice or twice a week. Pero dahil napakadami nating mga bata na kinikater dito, hindi natin yun na-provide. So that's really the biggest challenge that we are facing. And that challenge is not only here sa CSN, but that is true all across the Philippines. No? Talagang kulang ang ating mga professionals. Sa buong Pilipinas, 98 lang ang developmental pediatrician. So you can imagine na yung early detection, yung diagnosis, it's supposed to be at the early age para magkaroon ng early intervention yung mga bata. Hindi rin natin magawa because napakakaunti nila na matagal magpa-schedule, makakuha ng schedule plus napakamahal.
CSN is an answered prayer sa amin lagi din sinasabi kasi when I pray sa ano gagawin ko, Lord? Hindi ko alam. I don't know anything about bodies and bukod sa free, lahat ng staff, lahat naman ng tao dito is accommodating. Wala silang pinipili, may pera or wala. Welcome dito. As long as syempre may slot tao, wala namang hotel.
Sa nakaraang mga taon, libo-libong libreng session ang naibigay sa daan-daang bata, habang daan-daang magulang din ang nabigyang tulong sa iba't ibang therapy at training.
The best fulfillment comes from the fact na yung trabahong ito is really changing lives. No? It's impacting lives not only of the child, kundi ng buong pamilya. We believe na yung aming ginagawa is more than just work, but it's really an advocacy. It's really I call it really time para makita natin, mabuksan natin ang ating mga puso, ating mga isipan, at lalong-lalo na yung mga programa ng gobyerno para sa sektor ng mga kabataan na may special na pangangailangan.
Sa CSN Center Parañaque, bawat maliliit na hakbang ay isang patunay na ang pangarap ng bawat bata ay mahalaga sa kabila ng mga pagsubok na kanilang kinakaharap dahil sa kanilang karamdaman.
Sa pagtutulungan ng pamilya, pamahalaan at ng komunidad, unti-unti nating nabubuo ang isang mundo na kung saan ang mga bata ay maaaring umunlad at lumalaking tata.
Thank you very much for presenting the video. So good afternoon, everyone, to our distinguished guests, fellow advocates, parents, educators, and community leaders. It is a privilege to be here as a representative of the city government of Parañaque and the CSN Center Parañaque to share how one local government unit is trying to turn a bold national law, the Republic Act 11650, into real lived change for children with disabilities and their families. It's an honor to join you at this conference, and thank you for the invitation. Again, my name is Nessie Baculo, and I am the Center Administrator at the Parañaque City Center for Children with Special Needs in the Philippines. This local government facility offers free therapy services to children with special needs, and we're serving 1,250 clients to date. Could you please also show the PowerPoint?
Can you please share the slides of Dr. Baculo? Okay.
Yeah. So next slide, please. Yes. So right now, we have a total of 1,250 clients to date, and our core mission extends further to develop a comprehensive program for children with disabilities in the city of Parañaque. My topic, building inclusive communities under Republic Act 11650, the strategic role of parenting initiatives and the Parañaque Center for Children with Special Needs is highly timely. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share our on-the-ground insights and experiences. Next slide. Thank you. So just a glimpse. This is the profile of our clients. We are, over the course of time, for the last 4 years, almost 4 years, we now have 1,250 clients, and the diagnosis varies from autism to Down syndrome, ADHD, global developmental delay, and other neurodevelopmental disorders. But over 56% of our clients are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Next slide. Republic Act 11650 is also known as the Inclusive Education Act in the Philippines. It is not just another law. It is a promise that every learner with disability has the right to be treated as a full member of the classroom, of the school, and the entire community. It mandates the creation of inclusive learning resource centers in all school districts, municipalities, and cities, establishes standards of support, and obligates all of us, the government agencies, schools, local government units, and families to work together to make inclusion real. RA 11650 defines inclusive education as addressing and responding to diversity of needs of all learners so that every child can participate fully, be present, and achieve in a learning environment that values them. This means adapting content, teaching methods, classroom structures, and support systems so that children with disabilities are not asked to fit in to a one-size-fits-all system, but are instead welcomed and supported as full citizens of that system. For us in Parañaque City, this law is a mandate and a mirror. It tells us what we must do, and it also shows us how far we still have to go. The law is clear. Although the Department of Education is the lead agency, implementation is a whole of community responsibility. It cannot be owned by the schools alone. It belongs to health offices, social welfare, local government, teachers, but also, most critically, parents and families. Next slide. What EDCOM 2 tells us the urgency of the Republic Act 11650. When we look at the findings of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, that's EDCOM, or the EDCOM 2, we are reminded that the promise of Republic Act 11650, or the inclusive education, is not yet a reality for most children with disabilities in the Philippines. EDCOM 2 reports that only 8% of an estimated 5.1 million Filipino children with disabilities are enrolled in public schools. Many of these children lack formal diagnosis, access to special education services, or even basic identification in the school system. The Commission also stresses that teachers lack training and tools to support learners with disabilities, and that inclusive learning resource centers are still not fully operational. In short, EDCOM 2's message is clear. If we do not act urgently and locally, Republic Act 11650 will remain on paper, not in practice. Next slide. The City of Parañaque's response. So what have we done so far, or what are we doing? The local government as a launch pad for inclusion. Here is where the local government unit of Parañaque steps in as a critical bridge. We are not just a city that implements national policy. We are a community that interprets the inclusive education in the language of our streets, of our barangay, our schools, and our families. Next slide. Through the CSN Center Parañaque, we have positioned ourselves as the local implementation hub for inclusive education. Although we are not a fully funded ILRC under the national plan of the Department of Education, and we began our operations before the implementing rules and regulations of the Inclusive Education Act were enacted, we are already delivering an ILRC-like services: early detection, assessment, therapy, case management, and most importantly, parents and community engagement. Our work is grounded in 3 key ideas. Number 1 is that inclusion begins in the home, not just in the classroom. Second, parents are the first and foremost powerful and the most powerful therapists their children have. And third is that when resources are low, creativity and collaboration must be high. What is the role of CSN Center under the Republic Act 11650? The CSN Center is a community-based therapy and support center anchored on the Inclusive Education Act's whole of community approach. Next slide. We screen and identify children with developmental delays and disabilities in collaboration with barangay health workers, daycare or the early childhood development centers, the LGU-based committees, and also we offer early intervention services such as occupational therapy, speech therapy, ABA, transition programs, and developmental therapies, including music therapy, especially for children who may not otherwise reach a private clinic. And we also coordinate with DepEd, or the Department of Education in Parañaque, and school-based learning support teams to ensure that admitted children are not lost between the health and the education systems. Every child assessed at the CSN Center is not just a case file. They are an entry point into a broader ecosystem of inclusion, from the barangay health centers to the daycare of or child development centers, to public schools, to the child protection and support services in the city level, and back to the family, which we deliberately train and empower. Next slide. EDCOM 2 meets Parañaque. This is how we turn the recommendations into local action. The EDCOM 2 findings on weak disability identification, understaffed ILRCs, and the lack of teacher training are not abstract to us. We see them in our daily caseloads. So in Parañaque, we are responding with local adaptations. We co-facilitate interagency meetings with Department of Education, City Health Office, City Social Welfare and Development Office, Persons with Disabilities Affairs Office, and barangay officials to align our work with Republic Act 11650 or the Inclusive Education Act and the Emerging Inclusive Learning Resource Center guidelines. Next slide. We support in school capacity building for teachers and SPED-related personnel as a national hiring and funding guidelines are being finalized. Next slide. We are piloting community-based identification systems, working with the barangay health workers, the PIDAO or the Persons with Disabilities Affairs Office, and the Child Development Centers to catch children early before they even enter grade 1 with previously undetected needs. So let's see the next slide, please. These are the photo documentations of the work that we do. We collaborate with various organizations, including Save the Children, and with PUP, as mentioned by Dr. Morales earlier. We had partnership with the Polytechnic University of the Philippines for a program called Empower Her, where we train parents. We supported the parents through trainings as well as the psychosocial support for the parents and caregivers of children with special needs. Next slide. Yeah, and this is our free assessment program. The city government of Parañaque pays for the assessment, the cost of assessment for these young children. We have partnership with professionals who are registered guidance counselors, psychologists, board-certified behavior analysts based in the Philippines, and also developmental pediatricians. Next slide. Yeah, so in short, we are not waiting for the national system to be perfect. We are using the spirit of the inclusive education, inclusion, collaboration, and national and local responsibility to build our own mini ILRC ecosystem right in the city of Parañaque. Next slide. So parents as partners, it was mentioned in the previous presentation that we need to see parents as partners. That is the heart of our strategy. Now, I want to turn to the most powerful program we have, the parents as partners. Inclusive education speaks of a whole of community approach, but in practice, this often means that parents are treated as beneficiaries, not as co-implementers. In Parañaque City, we are trying to flip that script. We see parents not only as caregivers, but as first responders in early detection, core implementers of therapy at home, and ambassadors of inclusion in their communities. Next slide. Yeah. So to make this possible, the CSN Center Parañaque has developed parent-centered initiatives that directly respond to the low-resource reality EDCOM 2 highlighted, the limited therapists, limited funding, and many children beyond the center's wall. These initiatives include parent empowerment trainings. We conduct regular capacity building sessions on different developmental milestones, managing challenging behaviors at home, antecedent and proactive strategies, positive behavior support, and simple home-based activities. These sessions are not one-off seminars, but part of ongoing parent-coach relationships between the CSN Center, therapists, and families. And then parents as therapists, we train parents through shadowing during therapy sessions to carry over therapy techniques at home, turning living rooms into mini therapy centers or spaces. Under a therapist's guidance, parents learn to use simple, low-cost materials, bottles, cloths, rice, toys, from the small sari, we call it sari store, the neighborhood stores, typical of a Filipino community, to build motor, cognitive, and communication skills, as well as structuring daily activities at home for functional living skills development. And then the parent leadership and peer support, we also help parents form peer support groups where experiences, strategies, and hopes are shared. Some of our most active parents have become community advocates, sharing inclusion and inclusive education messages in their barangays, in schools, and organizations, the community organizations where they belong. This model, in many ways, are Parañaque's version of a resource light ILRC. There's no big budget, but a highly mobilized network of informed, empowered parents. The challenges we face and how we adapt to it. Of course, we are not without challenges. The EDCOM 2 findings echo loudly in our context, such as the limited funding for special education programs at the school and city level, the gaps in the professional staffing, therapists, SPED teachers or special education teachers, and the counselors are still very few. And there is an uneven or lack of awareness of RA 11650 or the Inclusive Education Act, even within the city level offices who are not yet clear on how inclusion fits into their mandate. Yet, in our city, we have learned that constraints can be catalysts for innovation because we cannot yet afford an ILRC in every school or every district. We deliver dyad sessions so that one therapist could reach more families. We leverage partnerships with Department of Education, the NGOs, the universities to share training, volunteers, and low-cost materials. And we use social media to spread awareness about the importance of early detection and inclusion. What we lack in budget, we try to make up for in community, energy, and local ownership. A vision. What is our vision? It's a parent-driven, inclusive communities in Parañaque and beyond. Let me close by connecting our local work to the global vision of the conference. Republic Act 11650 or Inclusive Education Act is in essence a repudiation of exclusion. It rejects the idea that some children are too different to belong in the mainstream. EDCOM 2 reminds us that without local action, this law will remain aspirational. In Parañaque City, we are showing that an LGU or the local government unit does not need to be the richest city to be one of the most inclusive. By investing in local systems that bridge health and education, community-based therapy, and early intervention, and parent leadership and capacity building, we are building inclusive communities from the ground up, one family, one barangay, and one school at a time. Our work at the CSN Center Parañaque is a proof that parents are not passive recipients of services. They are strategic partners in the implementation of Inclusive Education Act and of inclusion. And the local government units like Parañaque City can be launch pads for inclusive education, even in the face of limited resources. As we continue this journey, we invite you to see our city not as a case study from the global south, but as a living, breathing laboratory of how law, community, parents can converge to build truly inclusive communities. So thank you, and let us continue to push inclusive education beyond the statute of books and into the classrooms, the homes, and the hearts of our children with or without disability. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Nessie, for sharing the actions and goals of the Parañaque Therapy Center for Children with Special Needs. So, your presentation has shown us how your center or your organization has helped transform challenges into, progress by providing structured programs, trying to provide dedicated professionals and creating a nurturing environment for children with special needs. So, me, I have seen the center myself, and I am very proud of your work, and I will continue to support however I can back when I was still in PUP. So, congratulations, doctor, and I hope that a lot of people can see the work that you're doing there, and I hope that we can, aside from the governmental support, we can also get more support from the community. So thank you so much and congratulations for a job well done.
Thank you so much.
All right. And I think we can push through with the rest of the program for the information of everyone. We only have one keynote and one presentation left, so let's do it. As we continue on this conference, we now deepen more the conversation by looking more closely at the vital role of the family systems in the educational experience of children with special needs. Our last keynote speaker for the day is a lecturer at the Sunway Business School, Malaysia. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Chong Poi Ling.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, researchers, and practitioners from around the world, good day. It is an honor to join you at the first International Conference on Special Education and Parenting. This inaugural gathering itself reflects an important truth, that education and parenting cannot be separated when we speak about inclusion. Let us begin with why this work matters. Globally, a significant proportion of children experience developmental or learning differences. Yet, many remain misunderstood or inadequately supported by existing systems. This is not due to a lack of care, but often due to systems that were not designed with diversity in mind. Inclusion, as this slide reminds us, is not simply about physical access to school. Inclusion means participation, meaningful participation academically, socially, and emotionally. Most importantly, families are not peripheral to this work. Parents and caregivers are the first and most enduring educators in a child's life. They must be partners, not afterthoughts. So, I invite you to reflect on the key question posed here. Are our systems designed for children? Or are children still required to adapt to systems? Alright, this slide reminds us that lasting inclusion is never achieved in isolation. At the center is the child. But surrounding the child are interconnected systems: school, family, community, and the policy environment. When these systems align, children thrive. When even one layer breaks down, outcomes suffer. Schools shape inclusion through curriculum design, teacher preparedness, and peer relationships. Families provide emotional grounding, continuity, and advocacy. Communities, it extends belonging beyond the classroom. And policy environments either enable inclusion or quietly obstruct it. So inclusive education, therefore, is not a single intervention. It is an ecosystem responsibility. If we truly center the child, then every system around the child must be responsive, coordinated, and humane. This slide captures an important distinction: integration versus true inclusion. Placing children with special needs into mainstream classrooms is only the starting point. True inclusion ensures that children can engage meaningfully, express their understanding, and feel valued. The Universal Design for Learning Framework offers a powerful guide: multiple means of engagement. So, students are motivated and sustained. Multiple means of representation. This one, so content is accessible. And multiple means of expression, so that learners can show what they know in diverse ways. However, inclusive practices do not happen automatically. They rely heavily on teacher readiness, ongoing professional development, and reflective practice. Inclusion succeeds only when educators are empowered, not overwhelmed. Next, while inclusive environments matter, this slide reminds us of a critical truth. No single approach fits every child. Children on the autism spectrum may benefit from structured environments, visual supports, and predictable routines. Children with ADHD often thrive with flexible pacing, behavioral scaffolding, and movement-integrated learning. Whereas learners with specific learning disabilities require differentiated instruction, assistive technologies, and well-designed IEPs. So, individualized, evidence-based strategies supported by technology will unlock potential. Inclusion does not mean sameness. It means responsive design based on understanding. Moving on, this slide focuses on one of the most powerful levers we have: early intervention. The earliest years of life represent a critical developmental window. When support is provided early, the impact is often profound and long-lasting. Early screening and assessment allow us to identify needs accurately. Targeted therapies like speech, occupational behavioral are most effective during periods of peak neuroplasticity. And critically, family-centered practice ensures that interventions do not end when therapy sessions stop. So when we invest early, we reduce long-term inequality, emotional strain, and educational exclusion. Now, this slide challenges us to confront hard truths. Parents are co-educators and often the most knowledgeable advocates for their children. Yet, many systems place families at the margins, informing them after decisions are made rather than inviting them into shared decision making. There are barriers that exist. First of all, power imbalances rooted in professional language. And secondly, inadequate support, inadequate information, training, or emotional support for parents. Therefore, true partnership demands that schools reach toward families, not wait for families to navigate complex systems alone. And transparent communication and shared goal setting, especially in IEP processes, this will transform parents from observers into partners. Next, this slide brings an often under-acknowledged reality into focus. Raising a child with special needs brings immense joy, but also profound emotional challenges. Parents experience higher levels of stress, burnout, and emotional fatigue than the general population. Importantly, this impact is bidirectional. Parent well-being directly influences child outcomes. Supporting caregivers is not optional. It is essential. Inclusive frameworks must embed, number one, counseling supports, 2, peer networks, and resilience building strategies. Therefore, to support children, we must support the systems that sustain them. Inclusion is a rights-based imperative, internationally recognized through frameworks such as the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Yet, as this slide shows, there remains a persistent gap between policy promises and lived practice. Resource disparities, limited teacher training, accessibility inequities, and uneven implementation will affect children differently across regions and income levels. Moving from declaration to action requires, number one, investment in under-resourced schools. Number two, sustained professional preparation. And 3, cross-sector collaboration across education, health, and social services. Equity is not achieved by policy alone. It is achieved through implementation with accountability and compassion. As we approach the end, this slide offers a powerful reminder. Inclusion is not a program, it is a commitment. This commitment asks us to stop asking how children can adapt to systems and instead build systems worthy of every child. The call to action is clear. Number 1, strengthen school-family partnerships. Number 2, prioritize early intervention. Number 3, invest in teacher development. And number 4, center mental health as foundational to inclusion. Each of us, regardless of role, has responsibility here. As I conclude, I would like to thank you not just for listening, but for your commitment to this work. The future of inclusive education lies not in isolated reforms, but in bridging inclusion and family systems across classrooms, communities, and policies. May this conference serve as a catalyst for collaboration, courage, and compassion in practice. Thank you, and I wish you a meaningful and impactful ICSEP conference.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ling, for giving such a thought-provoking discussion. Truly we can never downplay the importance of truly listening to and working with families as partners in education, ins- uh, instead of putting them in the margin, as you have mentioned. When we recognize the experiences of our parents, their strengths and their challenges, we are definitely better able to design learning environments that are compassionate and sustainable for children with special needs. So once again, thank you, Dr. Ling, for your keynote presentation. At this juncture, we are now down to the last paper presenter for today. He will be presenting his paper entitled Self-Efficacy Towards Parental Denial of the Condition of Children with Disability. Let us welcome Mr. Rowan Mar Ramos. Good afternoon. May I confirm if you will be presenting live virtually or should we play your video?
I will be presenting live, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Roan Mar A. Ramos. Today, I'm going to present a study I've conducted entitled Self-Efficacy Towards Parental Denial of the Condition of Children Suspected with Disability. Before I start my presentation, let me first introduce myself. My name is Roan Mar A. Ramos, a Bachelor of Special Needs Education from the Bachelor of Special Needs Education student from the College of Teacher Education at Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City. So, to give you an overview of this study, our study looks at the very challenge in special needs education. It is how real challenge. It is how a teacher's self-efficacy affects the way they handle parents who are in denial about their child's suspected disability. When a parent is resistant, it makes communication and early intervention difficult. Through qualitative interviews, we wanted to see how teachers manage and guide families towards acceptance. It is a game changer. It helps alleviate the parents' emotional stress, such as self-blame and isolation. Conversely, when a teacher's self-efficacy is low, parental denial often persists, which delays the support for the child's needs. So in conducting this study, we utilized a narrative inquiry qualitative design. We wanted to hear real stories and lived experiences of educators on ground. So we collected it through in-depth interviews, through semi-structured interviews with 10 special needs education teachers from public schools right here in Zamboanga City. Now here is my data collection instrument, and it was validated by 3 experts. Now, why did we conduct this study? So the research gap we identified while reviewing existing literatures is that there is, although there is an existing literatures on parental denial and special needs or teachers' self-efficacy, there is a lack of connection or a direct relationship between parental denial and self-efficacy of teachers. So an example of, or when a parent is in denial, follow up, they sometimes decide that the kid will drop out from school, and sometimes demand one-on-one with their child. And this following causes the teacher's self-efficacy to be affected. Now let us move on with the results and discussion. First is how teachers describe or define self-efficacy. Findings tells us that special needs education teachers describe their self-efficacy through 3 different aspects. First is deep knowledge of the special ed curriculum. Second is the ability to communicate calmly and high emotional resilience. Another findings tell us that most special needs education teachers rely on objective evidence, such as visual portfolios, anecdotal records, and standardized checklists as their primary source of confidence when dealing parental denial. Special needs education teachers also protect their self-efficacy by strictly understanding their limitation as a special needs education teacher. They more focus on giving suggestions on professional evaluations rather than them diagnosing the child. So these results aligns directly with Bandura's definition of self-efficacy as cited by Seidenko U 2025, that self-efficacy is the belief in one's ability in the first findings that special needs education teachers' self-efficacy in dealing with emotionally charged situations such as parental denial is reliant on their past experiences. Without concrete objective data such as portfolios and records, even veteran teachers feel vulnerable. Thorough preparations allows special needs education teachers to remain confident and professional. Now let us move on to the second findings, which is teachers' perception on their own effectiveness. Teachers perceive their effectiveness through small indicators of openness, such as parents asking clarifying questions and participating in suggested home routines. The findings also tells us that teachers perceive negative reactions not as a reflection of their teaching competence, but as a natural defense mechanism of parents caused by fear, social stigma, and a lack of awareness. So this finding supports the study of MBAG 2024 that parental denial often stems from fear of social exclusion and stigma rather than an attack on the teacher's competence. So special needs education teachers perceive success in managing parental denial as progressive collaboration rather than immediate acceptance of the condition. Furthermore, teachers recognize that such denial reflects the parental emotional state rather than their own professional performance. As a result, to maintain confidence in their skill. And lastly, teachers experience on self-efficacy over time. Results tell us that special needs education teachers' self-efficacy evolves and develops over time. Initial meetings with denying parents are repeatedly identified by high anxiety due to lack of foundational trust. However, this improves as it goes over time through follow-up meetings. Teachers also build their confidence over time through active participation in continuous professional development and through strong peer collaboration, such as learning action cell or LAC sessions and mentorship. Findings validates the findings is supported by the studies of Aknis and Kayan 2019 and Woodcock 2025, confirming that inclusive environments and professional development actively bolster teachers' confidence. Findings also supports that over time, self-efficacy improves through continuous professional development and collaborative networks, directly mapping to Bandura, 1997, on his self-efficacy theory, and which are vicarious experience and verbal persuasion. Conclusion: dealing with parental denial is not an innate skill, but it is developed over time. Teachers develop it through peer support, administrative backing, and continuous education are essential in helping special needs education teachers encounters to relax confidence to follow-up meetings. These are the references used in this presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Roanmar Ramos, for your presentation. At this point, we will be opening the floor for questions and maybe recommendations from our reactor and session chair.
Thank you, Chris, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Ramos, can we put the slide on, please? Can you ask the technical team to put on the slides, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. Right, Mr. Ramos, Rowan, right? Sorry. Mr. Rowan, when we talk about your abstract, if you could go to your abstract, please. Yeah, you've mentioned here it's a qualitative analysis, right?
Yes.
And it is you're trying to address and navigate the parental resistance. How did you find in your research that this parental resistance have an impact on special needs, children with special needs? What was your finding? What was your discussion on it?
Can you repeat again the questions?
Yeah, my question is, when you said this is a qualitative analysis, talking about navigating in parental resistance remains limited. So when you did your research and when you did your analysis in terms of qualitative, right, what was your findings in it? What was your discussion? What was the result? The result that you presented, it's been taken from various authors. What was your result? What were your findings?
So based on the findings on the findings that that from this study, no, okay. Based on the findings, based on the findings, that in their first encounters with the parents, they usually it usually affects their self-efficacy as parents show denial, or some parents resist the observations, or the observations given by the teachers, and some parents even declines in entering the SPED programs, and this affects their their efficacy, or their belief in their their confidence as special needs education teacher.
So can you just correct me? I mean, in terms of your variables, the independent variables and dependent variables for your research, can you tell me what are those variables? Because I couldn't find it in your research abstract.
Can you repeat again the question, sir? I'm having
Sure. Can you hear me?
I am having difficult technical difficulties, sir.
All right.
My internet and connection is not.
That's all right. That's all right. I'll repeat it. What are the variables that you considered in your research?
My variables that I've included in my research are teacher self-efficacy and parental denial.
So which one is the dependent variable and which is the independent variable? Because you're talking about reciprocal here relationship, right?
Yes.
So could you please identify your independent and dependent variables? It's okay. Don't worry. No worries. No worries at all. Take it easy. Relax. Then my third question is, is this paper already published, or you're working on this paper?
It is not still published. I'm still it's still on work. I'm still working on it. So.
Okay. Now, you said about data collection here from 10 public schools of special needs education teachers in your city, right? In the city of Philippines,
Yes.
Zamboanga. How did you collect this data? Was it semi-structured or structured interview? And what are the samples of those questions?
It is semi-structured.
Okay. So do you have a sample of these that you could mention on your research?
Wait.
What kind of questions were asked? Because you're talking from teacher's perspective and parents' perspective. Nice. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all, Chris. Thank you from my side.
All right, thank you, Dr. Said. Do we have more questions or suggestions from our virtual attendees. I guess none. So thank you and congratulations to Mr. Roan Mar Ramos for your presentation. So with that, we have come to the end of this session. On behalf of Academia Research Lab, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our presenters and for sharing their knowledge, experiences, and valuable insights that truly deepened our understanding of special education and parenting. Our sincerest appreciation as well to our esteemed keynote speakers whose expertise and passion have inspired us to think more critically and act more intentionally in creating and building inclusive communities and spaces for children with special needs. We'd also like to acknowledge our reactors and session chair for guiding this session and the discussions, for offering your meaningful reflections and helping us connect ideas in a more impactful way. And of course, to all our virtual participants joining us from different places of the world, thank you for your active presence, your engagement, and commitment to learning, for being with us on a Sunday. That really means a lot. And with that, may I invite all to please open your cameras for just a quick photo opportunity. Digital photo opportunity, I would say. Show us your big smiles. There you have it. Right? Show me your biggest Sunday smile. Right? Such an intense, passionate, and emotional, meaningful discussion. All right, there you go. I think the tech team is already working on the screenshots. Hold your smile in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. And before we officially close the session, we would like to take a moment to recognize the individuals who have generously shared your time, your passion with us today. It is now time for the awarding of certificates as our way of expressing gratitude and appreciation to our, of course, distinguished keynote speakers, to our presenters, reactor, and session chair for your invaluable contributions for this conference. So please stay with us for a little bit as we proceed with this short recognition ceremony. Can we please flash the certificates? Okay, there you go. So, certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Vijay Anant Atavale for serving as keynote speaker for the first International Conference on Special Education and Parenting. Although he was not able to join us today due to some unforeseen circumstances, but we still appreciate him for accepting our invitation. So maybe next time he can, join us and engage on more discussions with us. The same certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Sanmuga Nathan for serving as our keynote speaker. Doc, maraming salamat, as we say here in the Philippines. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation as well to be one of our keynote speakers for today. Let's give him a warm virtual applause, please. And the same certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Filipinas Maria de Jareño for serving as today's session chair. And certificate of presentation is awarded to Jazzy Scarlett Basilio for her paper From Heartache to Hope, The Emotional Landscape of Parents Raising a Child with Down Syndrome. Congratulations on your paper and your presentation. Certificate of presentation is awarded to Sherika S. Natulia for her paper Parents' Experiences in Aiding Children with Autism Spectrum Disorder in Adapting Routine Changes. Congratulations as well on your paper and on your presentation. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Cheryl Sharima R. Morales for serving as our keynote speaker for today. Congratulations and thank you, Dr. Morales, again for sharing your story. A certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Sanober Mahmoud as our keynote speaker also for today. Doc, thank you so much. And I know that you are such an advocate for special education and parenting. So thank you so much for graciously joining us on this conference. And certificate of presentation is awarded to Adila Wina Fitria for her paper Analyzing Education Policy and Rights for Equity and Accessibility in Early Childhood Education, a literature review. Congratulations as well. And certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Nessie Di Baculo for serving as our keynote speaker for today. And certificate of recognition is also awarded to Dr. Chong Paul Ling for serving as our keynote speaker for today. Certificate of presentation is awarded to Roan Mar Ramos for his paper titled Self-Efficacy Towards Parental Denial of the Condition of Children with Disability. Congratulations on your paper and your presentation. All right. I think that's it for the certificates. Thank you again to all our distinguished keynote speakers, to our presenters, reactor, and session chair. Please know that your dedication and your willingness to share your expertise have truly made this session meaningful and impactful in so many ways. We hope that these certificates serve not just as a tokens of appreciation, but as reminders of the lives you continue to inspire through your work in inclusive and special education. And now, as we move to the final highlight of this session, we turn our attention to recognizing excellence among the research presentations we have witnessed today. I believe we will be awarding the best paper and best paper presentation. Can we have that shared on screen, please? Okay, and while we're still waiting for that, please allow me to acknowledge again our co-host for this conference. We have the Walchand Institute of Technology, India, the Central Philippine State University, and Dr. Philemon C. Agalar Memorial College of Las Piñas. Thank you so much for your support and the continued partnership with Academia Research Lab. We hope that we can, continue to work together onto the second International Conference on Special Education and Parenting. And I sincerely hope that we get to, hold it physically without any conflicts and crisis by the time. So hopefully we can do that. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for staying with us and still, continue to join with us despite transitioning into the virtual conference. You still stayed with us. It really means a lot, especially that we are, advocating for something that is really what do you call this, important, for a lot of our brothers and sisters with children with special needs. So they all will, just like I mentioned earlier, they'll need all the support that they can get, and that having this platform to discuss, to converse about best practices, about policies, and about your evidence-based research, it really means a lot, right? And to have the Center for Children with Special Needs, that's really a one big step towards bringing the concerns about special education and parenting to the mainstream platforms that we can utilize, no? So I believe that the more or the farther that we can reach, the more efforts that we can gather to support our cause. And hopefully, children with, special needs will be given more attention and more policies and regulations so that they will be, empowered and will be able to live their lives with confidence and pride. Okay, so we will be announcing just one award. I stand corrected. We will be only giving out the Young Scholar Award. And this award will be given to Okay. Once again, congratulations to our Young Scholar awardee. She is none other than Miss Sherika Natulia. Let's give her a warm round of applause. A virtual round of applause, rather. We can still clap, I can still see you. So, congratulations, Miss Sherika, for a job well done and for braving the, I don't want to say interrogation. It's like, a cross-examination of your, the evidence-based research that you did. Having to have that courage to conduct a study that is sensitive and emotional in a way really takes a lot of emotional and mental fortitude. So thank you and congratulations. I think that's it. That concludes the awarding for the awarding ceremony, I mean. So we'll just give the one award. So congratulations again to the winner and kudos to Academia Research Lab for providing again this amazing platform for shared discussions on special education and parenting. So as we close this conference, we look back with gratitude on a truly meaningful and insightful gathering. Throughout this virtual conference, we have explored the many dimensions of inclusive education anchored on the fields of special education and parenting, strengthened by parenting initiatives and enriched by the invaluable work of educators, therapists, researchers, and advocates. We have heard powerful and inspiring discussions on building inclusive communities, bringing home the school and the society together, and rethinking education through stronger family systems. So each keynote, each presentation, and each reflection has reminded us that inclusion is not just an aspiration, it's more than a goal, but it's a shared responsibility that requires compassion, collaboration, and continuous commitment. And as we end this year's conference, may we carry with us a hopeful vision for the future. We look forward to the time when, we can finally meet face to face in our next gathering, where conversations will be even more personal and connections will be more meaningful with stronger collaborations. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity in the spirit of hope. We also continue to pray for peace in our world. May those conflicts end, that understanding may prevail, and that we may all live in a future where children can grow in safe, inclusive, and peaceful communities. Thank you very much, and may we all continue to be advocates of inclusion wherever we go. Once again, this has been Christopher Prias, and it's my absolute honor to have served as your host for the first International Conference on Special Education and Parenting. Thank you and good day, everyone. Goodbye for now.
Thank you as well.
you, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you and congratulations, Erika.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care. Congratulations once again.